investigators. We would really like to thank you for making the time for participating in the 14th India Probiotic Symposium, Nutrition, Gut Microbiome and Probiotics, the Triple Connection, an initiative of the Gut Microbiota and Probiotic Science Foundation India, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, RGCB, and the Institute of Virology, IAV. I now invite our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Honorable Member of Parliament, Thiruvananthapuram Constituency, onto the dais. Following, Professor N.K. Ganguly, former Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research, Senior Advisor, Global Health Strategies, New Delhi, India. Professor Chandrabhas Narayana, Dr. A. Sri Kumar, Dr. Neerja Hajela to be seated on the dais. Now we will proceed with the lamp lighting. For that, I request our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, and the dignitaries on the dais. And I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Kensi Nishita and Dr. Adhira Bhatt to join us. Request everyone to stand up for a while for the lamp lighting ceremony.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम्
Thank you so much, everyone.
आरोग्यधनसम्पदः
So now may I request Professor N.K. Ganguly to present a bouquet to our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Now I invite Dr. Neerja Hajela for the welcome speech.
Honorable Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji, Member of Parliament, Thiruvananthapuram Constituency, Professor N.K. Ganguly, Professor Chandrabhas Narayana, Dr. Sri Kumar, esteemed faculty and distinguished audience. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you for the series 14th India Probiotic Symposium on Nutrition, Microbiome and Probiotics, the Triple Connection. The symposium is being organized by the Foundation in association with Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology and Institute of Advanced Virology. A heartfelt gratitude to Professor Chandrabhas Narayana and his team who dedicated their time and effort and so willingly and graciously agreed to co-host this symposium. The effort, enthusiasm, and support has been overwhelming. We would also like to thank Dr. Sri Kumar for being with us and supporting us organize this event. We are indeed very grateful and look forward to a long and continued association. A little bit of how we got here. The Gut Microbiota and Probiotic Science Foundation India was established in 2011 with the primary objective of disseminating the latest developments in the area of gut microbiota and probiotics to students, researchers, and the medical community at large. The foundation has been organizing an annual international symposium, the Series India Probiotic Symposium. Today, we stand at the 14th India Probiotic Symposium. The presentations of the symposia have been regularly webcast to reach a wider audience. The foundation, in its endeavor to promote research in the area and felicitate talent in the country, had also instituted the Young Investigator Award in 2015. I must tell you, the response to this award was overwhelming. The proceedings of the symposia have been edited by international and national experts and regularly published as a book with an ISBN number by renowned publishers. These books have been distributed to healthcare professionals and to libraries in the country to serve as a repository of information. Not only that, the foundation has been organizing the Probiotic Awareness Day in schools through a school-level competition to encourage, ignite young minds to read, present, and gain knowledge. Any mention of the Gut Microbiota and Probiotic Science Foundation India will be incomplete without acknowledging the leadership of Professor N.K. Ganguly. He is the president of the foundation, our mentor, and a true visionary. His wisdom and foresight have helped us establish this foundation and stride forward in our mission. We're ever so grateful to him for his guidance and unflinching support. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all our foundation members, senior members from Japan and France who have supported and guided us, and Team Melbourne for helping organize this event year on year. Today, with the growing knowledge of the important role of the gut microbiota in almost every aspect of health, it's time to put spotlight and understand the complex mechanisms on how the composition and metabolic activities of the gut microbes can influence both communicable and non-communicable diseases like obesity, diabetes, CVDs, autoimmunity, cancer, mental health, and even sleep disorders. It appears quite likely that the pathogenesis of some of the major unresolved public health issues burdening our healthcare system for years and affecting our future generations like anemia, malnutrition, stunting, diarrhea could all be linked to the gut microbiome. So with that, these 2 days of learning will include presentations by international and national experts who will delve and provide deeper insights on the evidence that has been generated in the recent past of the important role of the gut microbiota and probiotics in health and disease. We request you to visit the mobile-friendly foundation website, www.gutfoundation.org.in, which is a valuable source of information for students, scientists, and researchers in the area. The presentation of the previous symposia are archived on the website. You may like to visit to hear some of the talks. We are sure today's deliberations and learnings will reach far and wide to researchers, to healthcare professionals, policymakers, through all of you with us today. On behalf of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the Foundation, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Institute of Advanced Virology, we welcome you to the symposium and hope you will find the 2 days both enriching and very, very exciting. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nirja Hajela. May I now invite Professor N.K. Ganguly for the presidential address.
Thank you, Nirja. Honorable Chief Dr. Shashi Tharoor ji, my brother Chandrabhas, brother Sri Kumar, and all our foundation members, international scientists. Some of them will be online, some of them are physically present here. And our people who actually toiled hard to make this particular thing successful. It is very nice to stand here in this podium of the institute where I was associated for almost from the inception when Dr. M.R. Das established this, and almost 15, 16 years as the chairman of its research council. So thank you, Dr. Das, also to introduce me to the Kerala biotechnology arena. So I will acknowledge Dr. Suresh Das here also. And again, the establishment of the Advanced Center for Biology and being associated with the Institute of Sri Kumar, it looks like that Trivandrum is my home. And when Dr. Veliathan was, had established this Sri Chitra, it was again, I was associated with him. Actually, he wanted me here as a faculty in his institute. It didn't happen at that time because of some technical flaw. So very happy to come home in this beautiful city, Trivandrum, with such an advanced scientific institutes coming up over here. We started around 18, 20, 19 years back. Our first meeting was in NICET Calcutta, and Dr. Yoshifumi Takeda, one of our mentors, was there as a faculty for the JICA project. And he said that we should hold this. And Oike-san, at that time, Yakult has not come to India. Oike-san, who was planning this, kindly funded that. Since then, they have funded us without any strings attached and without even their name associated with our foundation. So thank you very much, our donors. Because of you, we have been able to hold this symposium continuously for many years. In the initial stages, when we started introducing this subject to India, there are hardly many institutes who were working on this. And it used to be so hard because when we got clinicians over here and other compatriots, they will always say that there is no proof whether it is working or not working. But then the science did its job. The science of metagenomic, the major sequencing platforms, the high bioinformatic throughputs, as well as the multi-omics platform of metabolomes, the proteomes and lipidomes, all of these actually brought in such a strong strength into this science that at this given moment, there are myriads of the scientific workers who are working in many, many areas. And I will congratulate RCGV that it has spawned another sister institute. It has spawned two sister institutes. Sri Kumar, who was here, started an institute, and Dr. Sabu, who was here, has started another institute of microbiome. And so I hope that this institute will spawn many other institutes in the future. So there are now therapies, diseases which could only be handled by this. There's two dreaded diseases in India. One is known as NFLD, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and the other one is known as NASH, which is the next stage. After that, the cancer, etc. come. There's no treatment for this. Only treatment is fetal microbial transplant. And now that is a standard of therapy for this. And this is the power of probiotics. The same way, there is another dreaded thing which happens in cancer, that is mucositis. The subjects are miserable. There's an inflammation of tongue and buccal cavity, and they can't eat anything, they can't swallow anything. And there again, this is the only thing which works. No other things work. In the children, the necrotizing enterocolitis, there's the only thing which works. And then today we have three nutrition experts, Dr. Tahmid Ahmad from the ICDDRB. He will be talking about that how you could make children healthy, those who are born disadvantaged, and make them thrive. And so they used such a nice science with Jeffrey Gordon, and now there are Indian scientists who are taking part in that, that how you could really make a child thrive who is completely disadvantaged by giving him a dash of microbiome into their food, which they called as a ready-to-use food. We also have Dr. Anurag Korupad. I have a great respect for him. He will be showing that how the colonic nutrition, amino acid absorption, we only knew about salt as chain fatty acids, but now we know that how it happens there. Then we will have Dr. Yagnik talking to you, and Dr. Yagnik's work will be that the low birth weight girls who deliver low birth weight babies, for 4 generations they go on doing that. There is a genetic imprint over there. And what he will be showing that whatever you do, vitamin B12 and folic balance, as well as the microbiome installation, saves them from the diabetes, saves them from the stroke in the future, saves them from the coronary artery disease. So this is the last few presentations which I will just give you a highlight. This is a cut and razor kind of a thing. So the cancer. There are 3 papers. One of the papers which I did in the lung cancer, which one of my PhDs just finished that, we had found out that the persons who respond to lung cancer, my mother died of lung cancer in 6 months flat. Now in that series, those who have got a very good microbiome signature, one of our Kerala dairy guy has named these good bugs as angel bugs. And then we have those devil bugs, of course. So these angel bugs, those who have them, they respond to the treatment. And we didn't understand why it's happening. And then I heard Adra Bhatt somewhere, and what she found out, that these bugs which we have in our gut, they metabolize the cancer drugs. And many times they metabolize it in such a fashion that they don't work. So we can make the cancer drugs work. So the horizon is absolutely, but there are some devil bugs also. Like the non-alcoholic fatty disease, we thought that these guys never took alcohol. They don't take alcohol. Although I'm not against alcohol, but they don't take alcohol. And they have bug in their gut, they produce alcohol. So without knowing it, their bugs are producing alcohol. And that's a very, very challenging thing. And we are learning how to deal with it. Then we have Sauvik Mukherjee, who works on the skin microbiome. And that is absolutely phenomenal, that how they populate the breast and how they come to the breast milk and how they make our children thrive. They are there in the eyes also. All the mucosal surfaces and the outer surfaces they have, they are even in the space. And so what we need to now do, respect these guys and try to understand what they are doing. Try to understand in the ratios which are there. Previously, we thought a bad bug and a good bug, and we were deciding on that. But it's not like that. They live in a community. And the antimicrobial resistance which is coming up, we will have a special session about that in future. They could be dealt with this. So this is the power of this. And the swarm of the youngsters who are now replacing the oldies like us are the future. And I hope our next symposium will be comprising of these youngsters. While we will sit and clap Dr. Anura, these guys, we will be here and we will celebrate the advent of the microbiome and probiotics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor N.K. Ganguly. So now I request our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Honorable Member of Parliament, to give his inaugural address.
Our respected President, Professor N.K. Ganguly, the Director of the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Professor Chandrabhas Narayana, Dr. E. Srikumar, Director of the Institute of Advanced Virology, Dr. Nirja Hajela, who's just welcomed all of us, the very distinguished scholars, professors, and other distinguished guests in the audience, students, researchers, friends. I hope that covers everybody. As we say in Kerala, Ellavarikkum ende vinidamaya namaskaram. It's a real pleasure for me as the Member of Parliament from Thiruvananthapuram to welcome you all to the 14th conference, the 14th India Probiotic Symposium. I must admit that I was a bit taken aback to realize there had already been 13 on this issue, because certainly the whole issue of gut microbiota and the whole business of probiotics seems to be somewhat relatively recent in popular consciousness. And so the idea that here in Thiruvananthapuram, we had an opportunity to welcome experts from around the country, and indeed, I'm told, from other parts of the world, to come and discuss this otherwise seemingly esoteric subject is quite thrilling, and I'm very pleased as the local Member of Parliament to welcome you all here. I must begin with an apology. I have, unfortunately, another commitment, which is why I had to request the authorities today to excuse me as soon as I've spoken, because I have to go to another part of Thiruvananthapuram constituency about 45 minutes away for a function that also began at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to be late. But then that gives me the great advantage, since we have an RGCB that is headed by a condensed materials physicist. I may as well give you a condensed material of an inaugural address and try and be very brief to all of you. And that way I can live up to the billing here. In any case, I am myself very much a layman in these areas. And I was listening to Professor Ganguly with great interest, because I think one learns every time he opens his mouth. And there's a great deal to be said for the fact that RGCB over the years has become the kind of institute that plays home to brilliant and experienced minds like his and those of the others on the stage and in the audience. I've been on your whatever governing body or whatever it's called, ex officio as MP, since I became an MP 15 years ago. And I've followed erratically the evolution and success of RGCB over the years. I think throughout my time, it was Dr. Radhakrishna Pillai who was directing it. Now I'm looking forward to working with Dr. Chandrabhas Narayana. And of course, we've had a succession of ministers in Delhi who have come and visited RGCB and who have, I think, been proud of the fact that after 17 years as essentially a state government institution, RGCB was taken over by the center and is now being treated as a preeminent national institution. I think when COVID, for example, occurred, it was very interesting that RGCB is one of the two places in the country where the earliest attempts were made to test for the virus and identify what was going on. And that shows that there's already at the national level a tremendous faith in RGCB as an institution and as a place where cutting-edge scientific research is being done. And it's delightful that there have already been a couple of spin-off institutions. Dr. Srikumar, who used to be here, is now heading the Institute of Advanced Virology. And I'm told that, that we also now have with Dr. Sabu Thomas, the Center of Excellence in Microbiome, which is, I think, probably the first of its kind in India, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to RGCB for already having mothered these other institutions. I don't have a heck of a lot to add to the topics that you're going to be discussing over the next couple of days, especially after that rather magisterial survey that Professor Ganguly has already given you. As a layman, I've become familiar with the fact that that there is such a thing as good bacteria, which of course many people don't know, and that all bacteria is not bad and you don't need to kill it with antibiotics, that there are good bacteria that actually help you, and that the probiotics actually are needed to help you stay healthy. Mind you, Keralites are no stranger to Ayurveda, and when you go and get an Ayurvedic treatment that culminates somewhat unpleasantly in an enema, which, as you know, is part of the approach in Ayurveda very often is to clean out your lower intestine, your colon. When they do that, they actually do fill you up with probiotics immediately after in the next 24 hours in order to ensure that what they have cleaned out is replaced by something healthy for you. So even the average Ayurveda patient is aware that there are now healthy probiotics that you need to ingest when you've had your other stuff removed. And of course, the challenge for the rest of us once we've left this kind of treatment is knowing whether we're taking them in the right amounts, what we're taking, and so on. Ultimately, because probiotics are available over the counter, indeed, most sort of health insurance programs don't cover them. There are lots of remedies out there, and very often friends watching ads on YouTube will recommend probiotics with very catchy names, healthy gut and so on and so forth. And I have to confess that I take some of them myself in the vain hope that it will do something about the congenital bloating. I keep insisting to my political critics that I actually don't always look like I'm sort of 8 months pregnant. When the day starts, I'm reasonably slim, but the bloating tends to take over during the day. And that is something which I know that there is a probiotic change for all of us. The role of nutrition is a particular aspect of your conference. I'm glad that Yakult is involved. I've also tried Yakult and various people's, not a doctor's recommendation, but friends. And I think that the fondness for yogurt, which again is something very common amongst many Indians and particularly amongst Malayalis. I come from a family that notoriously once walked out of a restaurant after placing enough orders for 14 people when they discovered they were out of taira that night. There was no yogurt available. They said, no way we're going to eat in a restaurant without yogurt, and off they walked out. So we are getting all of this, perhaps is part of our traditional eating habits and our traditional cuisine. But nonetheless, there's a lot more that we can learn from how this kind of consumption can improve our lives and help us not only stay healthy, but actually ward off particular kinds of sickness. Biotechnology is an extremely important growth area for us as a country. It's something that we have been giving more and more priority to, both in the public sector and the private. Some of our biotech companies are world leaders in various fields. And of course, as I've mentioned, our GCP has a particular place, a particularly prominent place in national consciousness and in the consciousness of the national government. And therefore, the kind of work that you're doing in the biotech research field is something that I believe will have resonance throughout the nation. I welcome the collaboration with the private sector, which Professor Ganguly mentioned. I think increasingly we have to realize, we have to get out of the typical Kerala mindset that everything has to be done by the government, because the government's resources are limited. They're financed by our taxes, and perhaps we're not paying enough, but that's another matter. But the government certainly is not in a position to do everything that needs to be done. But we do know from other countries how much success there is when the public sector and the private sector can collaborate, and particularly when the private sector is able to finance public sector research. That is not something that we should shy away from. I think that in many ways, when the private sector is able to come in and say, look, here's our idea. If you've got people, scientists on your payroll who would like to dig into this, we'll help sponsor some of that research. And if they come up with something we can then turn into a product, you'll get a share of the royalties. What's wrong with that? I mean, that's how Silicon Valley was built. That's how the Raleigh-Durham Triangle in North Carolina was created. And that's something we can do more of in India than we are doing. I know it's begun, and I certainly hope that in this particular area, there will be even more progress. So my best wishes to all of you for this very important conference over the weekend. You're spending your Saturday and Sunday in this lovely city, and you're spending it in a conference rather than enjoying our good weather. I've just come from Delhi this morning, so I can tell you, you are blessed to be here and not in Delhi, where my parliament is meeting every day amidst this terrible sort of smog and smoke and unpleasantness. So you could have enjoyed the good weather here, and you could have also gone off to the coast and seen Kovalam and the Vizhinjam Lighthouse and all the good things we have to offer you, but instead you're going to be here serving the larger cause of your profession and of humanity. So I wish you all success. The Gut Microbiota and Probiotic Science Foundation, which is doing so much to try and promote the understanding of probiotics in India, will, I'm sure, benefit from all the expertise assembled under this roof. I really want to again welcome you to this beautiful part of India, to Thiruvananthapuram, and in particular to the extremely important deliberations that will occupy you over the next couple of days. My very best wishes for a successful conference. I'm proud to declare it inaugurated. Jai Hind.
So thank you so much, sir. We are really honored to have you here today. So we have a small token of love and appreciation. And I request Professor N.K. Ganguly to felicitate Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Honorable Member of Parliament. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Professor Chandrabhas Narayana to deliver his speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professor N.K. Ganguly, former Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research and Senior Advisor, Global Health Strategy, New Delhi. Dr. Sri Kumar, the Director of Institute of Advanced Virology, and my own colleague. Our chief guest in absentia, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Honorable Member of Parliament of Thiruvananthapuram constituency and our constituency, as well as he was the member of our governing council, or the called the Society of Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology. The eminent members of the dais, students, invitees, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is very difficult to follow after Professor N.K. Ganguly and our chief guest, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, to do anything better. They have already set the stage for a wonderful meeting, which I think all of you will enjoy. As RGCB is one of the co-organizing members of this, I would like to thank the Gut Microbiome and Probiotic Society Foundation of India to think of organizing this in Thiruvananthapuram. And when Dr. Neeraja asked me how would be the weather, and I did say that you don't have to worry. If only thing I'm only worried about is the rain, which can happen anytime in Trivandrum. And nowadays, you can have it any month also. But luckily, we don't have, for next two days, we don't have any rains. Otherwise, this is the best place to actually organize such a function. In fact, from RGCB's side, I am blessed to have colleagues and my administration, which is really doing all the job, and they have been on top of it. And I should thank my own students who have also contributed to make sure this meeting is going to go very well. I take a few minutes to tell about RGCB because many of you have come for the first time to RGCB. RGCB is about 34 years old, and it has been a Government of Kerala institute when it started off. But in 2008, it was taken over by the Government of India under the Department of Biotechnology. And I'm proud to say that out of the 16 institutions which the Department of Biotechnology has, ours is one of the largest and has the maximum number of faculty and students. RGCB is proud to say that they work in the area of disease biology, and that also makes it important for this particular conference theme because there's a lot of link between gut microbiome and diseases also. Today, RGCB practices cancer biology research, pathogen biology, neurobiology, cardiovascular biology. It also has developmental biology. And to complement this, we also have a set of interdisciplinary research, which comes as chemical biology, physical biophysics. We have spectroscopy now, after I have joined here. And also, we do have interest in developing AI. RGCB not only does research in basic areas, but also it is into translational research. And because of this, we also have another campus in Kochi, which houses about 30 companies, which are actually working together with RGCB to co-develop many products. And we are proud to say that already we have in the market around 30 products launched in collaboration with others. And we are also going forward to develop few more into the market, just like mobile PCR and other techniques which can be useful for the society on the whole. We also have been in the services, as Dr. Shashi Tharoor alluded. We cater to a lot of diagnostics tests for the clinical establishments here around here. In fact, the Regional Cancer Center uses our diagnostic facility, which is called the Laboratory Medicine and Molecular Diagnostics, for their marker determinations. We also have been in the forefront in the fight for COVID recently, but before that, on dengue and chikungunya outburst in Kerala, as well as we are prepared to do sequencing of all of these viral and pathogens completely, whole genome. And we have been depositing this for the past 2.5 years in a consortium, which is called the INSACOG, done by India. We are the largest contributor to this particular resource. And this is publicly available data, and people can use this for research and vaccine development and various other things. We are also proud to say that we have the first BSL-3 facility in south of India. And this was developed just recently, and it is fully functional. And we are open for industry genetic material of people. So this is done exclusively for the judiciary. So we do have these two arms which supplement our resources, and we have been extensively working to go forward in the direction of helping the society. And in this venture, as Dr. Shashi Tharoor mentioned, recently we have actually combined with the Kerala government, which initiated the Center for Excellence in Microbiome. This is completely mentored by RGCB, and it is going to be housed in the first 3 years in RGCB. And you know that the importance of microbiome today, and this conference is actually a part of that. And this is our relationship. Even though we are a central government institution, we work very closely with the state government to make sure the people of Kerala, which I should say are blessed with very good medical healthcare system, which alerts us to many pandemics or many outbreaks which happen in the country. And this is something which has helped us to contribute significantly to this society. And as part of this particular meeting, I hope all of you are going to have a wonderful time. Our hospitality, I hope you will enjoy. And if any problems are there, the responsibility lies completely on me. And if you enjoy the hospitality and everything, my team deserves the recognition for that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chandrabas Narayana, for that speech. And now I would like to invite Dr. A. Sri Kumar for his address.
Good afternoon, respected Professor N.K. Ganguly, the president of the function, and the MP of Trivandrum, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, in his absentia, and Dr. Chandrabas Narayana, director of the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, and Dr. Neeraja. So I'm extremely happy to stand before you, especially in this podium. This is my alma mater. I did my PhD from this institute, and fortunate to be associated as a scientist in the institute for the last 18 or 20 years now. Maybe last 2 years, I have moved to the new institute, the Institute of Advanced Virology. And in my 18 years of career in RGCB, I have been working on viruses, and my virology was very primitive when we started. But Professor Ganguly was the Research Council chairman, and his constant mentoring during all this ACT meeting that we had. We could turn this facility or our research activities in this institute into a I would say it's a reasonably good output we could make and establish our activities in the campus. So when I moved to Institute of Advanced Virology, again, I had the fortune to be associated with Professor Ganguly as the Research Council Chairman. So he is the Council Chairman of Research Council Chairman of Institute of Advanced Virology. And when we started this Virology Institute, Dr. Suresh Das was the Executive Vice President of the Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. And I was fortunate to be associated from the very beginning. And the total perception was that all viruses are bad. Even the perception of this in the Virology Institute was to investigate the Nipah outbreaks that is going on frequently, or the chikungunya outbreaks, Zika outbreaks, dengue outbreaks, like that. So we always had the perception that all these viruses are bad. And even my own primary interest in the microbiome as such was very limiting on virology. But when from Professor Ganguly, he was very keen that we should look at the virome as a major component of the project program. So even while we decided on the different departments that we should have in the Virology Institute, one of the department was on virus applications. So that itself, we particularly included the department because we could see that the viruses have got some beneficiary function also. Now, more and more, evidences are emerging. Apart from the microbiome that is primarily constituted by the bacteria within our gut and other major niches, we have a virome which is mainly bacteriophages, maybe 70 to 80% of them, but there are other viruses also, and which these viruses or these bacteriophages overpowers or controls the bacterial population in the gut and other places. So, so I am fortunate that Professor Ganguly guided us through this, and also thought that we in Institute of Advanced Virology also should be part of this 14th Probiotic Symposium. So I expect that you are having a very good stay in this place, and also the co-organization chance that we got along with the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology is a very, very good fortune for us. And I welcome you for this 2-day conference. And definitely all the topics that is going to be deliberated is going to bring more and more science into a very broad area of probiotics. So the old saying, like maybe 2000 years back, the Hippocrates was telling that, or maybe presuming that, hypothesizing that all diseases starts in the gut. So we get the same mention in Ayurvedic texts also. So you need to cleanse out your body to get well. So maybe we are bringing more and more science into this. So every symposium or this probiotic symposium that is happening, maybe I would say this is only one forum where in India,
Good afternoon, all. So my duty is to wind up the inaugural session. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Shashi Tharoor for inaugurating the symposium. So when Dr. Neeraj approached us, so as the inaugural speaker, his name was first came to our mind that, okay, being also is a prolific speaker as well as also the member of parliament from Tirunelveli constituency. And when we contacted, he immediately agreed that he is ready to come. And although we were having some doubt because budget session is happening, but he as he promised, he came and he gave a very prolific speech. So on behalf of the organizing committee and the all delegates, I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Shashi Tharoor. I would like to also thank Dr. N.K. Ganguly for his presidential address. And as all of you know, he's the brain behind the symposium series. And I am here for the last almost 10 years. I am at RGCB. So 2 months after joined, I had the first scientific advisory committee meeting. Still onwards, I am seeing this person, a similar thing. So energetic. I don't know how he's maintaining his energy. Very happy to, I think all members at RGCB is always very happy to see him here. So thank you, sir, coming again here. I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Professor Chandrabas Narayana, my director at GCB, because for his constant encouragement and timely suggestion, which actually played a major role in organizing this symposium. Because that was when he assigned few of us to do the work, it was actually his vision and timely suggestions actually brought everything together, and whatever hospitality you are enjoying right now is because of that. And also extend Dr. Srikumar, as he already mentioned, he's one of our senior scientists and he's on deputation now to IAV for his valuable support. And finally, it is incomplete if I didn't thank Dr. Nirja Hajela, because she was there from day one with all the support to organize this meeting. So I hope the 2 days of the meeting will be very exciting, and I wish all of you, I wish all success for the meeting and a very happy stay at Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. KB Harikumar. So now it's time to felicitate all those delegates on the dais. So I would like to welcome Mr. Takeshi Yoshimoto and Dr. Junji Fujimoto onto the dais. Yes. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll start from Professor N.K. Ganguly. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Thanks a lot. Next is Professor Chandrabhas Narayana. Thank you so much, sir. Next is for Dr. E. Sri Kumar. Thank you so much. And next is for Dr. Nirja Hajela. So thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a loud round of applause for all those dignitaries on the dais. All right, so before we start our first session, we have a small reminder. We request all of you to submit the survey forms, which you may received already today from the registration desk. And one more thing, the young investigators will be presenting their posters in the main lobby from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow, that is on 4th February. So please make sure that you are submitting your survey forms without fail. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we start our first session on gut-brain axis, a unique connection. I have the pleasure of inviting the chairpersons, Dr. Suresh Das. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Suresh Das, former Executive Vice President, Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Bipin Nair. Yes, please. Then Amrita School of Biotechnology, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham, Kollam, Kerala. So I request Dr. Suresh Das and Dr. Bipin Nair to introduce the keynote speakers. Over to you.
Thank you. On behalf of my co-chair, Dr. Bipin Nair, and myself, let me wish you all a very warm welcome to this first session of this very important conference on nutrition, gut microbiome and probiotics, the triple connection. We have 3 speakers in this session, and it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker, who is Dr. Kensai Nishida. Professor Kensai Nishida is an associate professor at the Institute of Biomedical Sciences at Tokushima University Graduate School in Japan. He has authored more than 50 original papers and has had several review articles to his credit. His primary research focuses on the dynamic relationship between stress and gut-brain axis, and he is practicing internal medicine physician and researcher specializing in stress biology. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Kensai Nishida to talk about some aspects of the gut-brain axis.
Thank you very much for your kind. Yeah, so. No. This one, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for introducing me. So first of all, I appreciate the president of the symposium, Professor Hungry, so for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to talk to you. So yeah, my name is Kensei Nishida from Tokushima University. So yeah, actually I speak today from a perspective of a researcher, but I have another title in the university. One is a gastroenterologist, and second is a medical educator for medical student. So I'm little nervous. So okay, and the title of this presentation is a gut-brain axis and the probiotics and their impact on the health and unbelieving effect of sleep improvement and stress alleviation. These are contents of today's presentation. The first, I'll talk about the brain-gut microbiota axis. So yeah, as you know, that this concept has been well accepted in the not scientific community, but also the public, such as TV or the magazine or the internet news. And so I'll present a short review about this concept. And the second, so I will introduce some data of our clinical studies. And in this study, we have a very interesting function of probiotics. And so I share some data with you today. And first, this is my favorite words, what Hippocrates said. He said, this is the boils and the bad digestion is the root of evil. And he also said, all disease begin in the gut. If a disease cannot be cured by food, even doctor cannot cure it. How can a person who doesn't know about food understand the diseases? So recently, so many studies about gut microbiota or gut environment has been developed. So we can easily renew the recognition of the importance of gut. But so it's surprisingly, so in 400 BC, Hippocrates also already mentions the importance of a gut environment for health. So yeah, as you know, the gut-intestinal tract has three important functions. One is the enteric nervous system, and the other, another two is the immune system, and the third is the endocrine system. So so there is a huge neuron cells in the gut as much as those in the spinal cord, and also the 70% of immune cells of whole body are located in the gut. And more than 20 types of endocrine cells are expressed in the epithelial cells or submucosal cell layers. And gut microbiota, which is separated by a single epithelial layer, here, and it interacts with these three systems and consequently to regulate the gut environment. So the gut environment is controlled by hormonal and neural and immune interaction. So this information is transmitted to the brain through the vagus nervus or the blood flow. And actually, so 90% of the vagus nervus is afferent pathway. So here, and so indicating that the importance of the gut. So when we get in physical and mental conditions, the balance of the gut microbiota is called symbiosis. And the imbalance of the gut microbiota, which is called dysbiosis, often leads to physical and mental disorders and various diseases. And many research have revealed that the gut microbiota is deeply involved in intra-organ networks such as brain, skin, bone, and so many organs. And these interactions often affect the pathological condition and the diseases as listed here. So the gut microbiota has an important role in homeostasis in our health via the gut-brain axis, as well as the other organ network. And to keeping a good gut environment in good condition is a key for our health. So, the probiotics has an improving effect on gut microbiota. So we want to clarify how probiotics can affect the gut-brain axis. So we designed the clinical studies and to design the human stress model and conducted the clinical studies. So in this study, we found the multi-potential effect of probiotics, such as stress relieving and improving sleep quality. So following slide, I will show some data about clinical studies. So this is our clinical study here. And the subject were a fourth-year student, the medical student who were taking a nationwide examination for academic advancement. And the fermented milk with Lactobacillus shirota strain, so now we call it LCS, and the placebo without LCS were used as a test beverages. And 8 weeks before, so can I see this? Okay, 8 weeks, sorry, back. 8 weeks before the examination, the subject started to drink the test beverage, and they were required to drink every day. And the stress changes, stress-induced changes were assessed by the means of by questionnaires and the salivary cortisol and the gene expression profiling on the whole blood, and also the microbiota analysis. And this is a flow chart of the background. And the total entry number is 172 students, and the final target is 70 students to both group. And here, right side is a background. So to assess the psychological status, we use the GHQ, General Healthcare questionnaires, and the STAI means state trait anxiety inventory. And all parameters are within average levels in the same age groups. We confirm there's no difference between two groups. And here is the data about the symptom assessed by questionnaires. And this graph shows that rate of the expression of symptom. And white squares means placebo, and black square is LCS. So left panel shows that, so here, and the abdominal symptom data. So you can see the LCS inhibited the appearance of abdominal symptom in prior 2 weeks period before the examination. And the middle part panel shows that data about physical symptom, so which include all symptoms as anything wrong, and such as the headache, the stomach ache, and the backache, and anything. And so you can see the placebo group increased the appearance of the physical symptom as the examination approached. However, the LCS suppressed this increase. And also the LCS group and suppress or tend to suppress the frequency of cold symptom. You can see the right panel show. And so the participant taking LCS probiotics reduced the appearance of physical symptom during stressful condition. And this is the assessment of the subjective and objective assessment. And left panel shows that the experience of stress assessment. So to assess the stress assessment subjectively, so the participants were asked to the degree of stress on the visual analog scales. And they check the extent how they feel stressed on a 10-centimeter lines like here. And the left panel shows that you can see the red line, and LCS maintained a lower expression during the drinking period. And the right panel shows to assess the stress objectively. So we use the salivary cortisol levels. And it's well known as the stress biomarkers. So you can see the placebo increase the salivary cortisol levels and maximum point 1 day before examination. However, LCS group suppressed the increase of salivary cortisol level 1 day before examination. And next, here we analyze the change of gene expression in the whole blood by microarray. And left panel shows that the expression of gene, the food expression changed more than 2-fold compared to the previous period. And left panel is the placebo, and here is the LCS. So you look with the light panels. And so that panel shows a number of the differentially expressed genes. And compared to the previous interpretation period. And you can see in the blue box and the placebo, the number of the changes genes were, 160 genes were changed in the placebo before the examination period. However, at this point, the increase also suppressed in the LCS group. So, so this pattern is very similar to those in the salivary cortisol level. So indicating that the LCS intake had a moderate effect on the physical stress response. So under the very stressful condition and such a 1 day before examination. Maybe you can imagine when you did 1 day before examination. And so this is an analysis of microbiota. So I showed the alpha diversity in the observed species. So LCS group maintained the higher levels of observed species in just before the examination. So suggesting that the LCS also improves gut environment. So in this study, so probiotics improve the gut environment and act protectively against the stressful conditions, the stress. And so the question is that does the gut microbiota really influence the stress response pathway? So are there any previous reported? So the answer is yes. So here is a very often cited data reported by Dr. Sudo in 2004. These graphs show that the stress response and HCTH corticosteroid, and which means the HPA reaction, under the restraint stress mice model. So you can see the red circle, and the germ-free mice showed an exaggerated stress response compared to the SPF, the normal mice. And furthermore, so when the normal fecal was destroyed to germ-free mouse by 6 weeks of age, the HCTH stress response is recovered. And so here is a point, sorry. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, this point, yeah. And however, after 8 weeks of age restoration, so the response of HCTH was not recovered, no more recovery. So this indicates that there is the existence of a limited window to normalize HPA reaction in germ-free mice after restoration of microbiota. So that it suggests that post-natural gut environment plays an important role in developing the HPA stress response pathway. So let us look at the relation between the gut and the brain from two aspects. And first, so from the evolutionary perspective, so very primitive, primitive jellyfish had only nerve that correspond to the enteric nervous system in human. And this indicates the nerves so involved in absorption and excretion of nutrition are the most important for organisms to survive. And with evolution, and the gut environment can be intricately controlled by ganglionic or spinal reflexes. And in mammalian, so gut information is transmitted to the cognitive brain, emotional brain, and integrated the hypothalamus, and again, and transmitted to the periphery. So from this point of view, the brain can be seen as derived from enteric nervous system, right? And the other aspect from the individual development, and the enteric nervous system is derived primarily from the vagal neural crest. In this, neural cells is migrating through the enteric tract and forming the enteric nervous plexus. So from point of view, so the enteric nervous can be regarded as a part of a brain. So anyway, so we can easily accept the idea that gut and brain are closely related. As you know, the gut microbiota composition changed changed over the course in the lifespan, and it affected many various life events from the birth to death. So especially during infancy, the composition of gut microbiota dramatically changed. So this is exactly times when the neural network is developing and some psychological disorders such as autism became apparent. So the researchers naturally suspect the relationship between the autism and the gut microbiota, And so indeed, in 2013, the Cell journals, it is reported the gut microbiota can affect the host behavior, and the gut microbiota has come to be called the mind-altering microorganism. So here is the report about the link between the autism and gut microbiota. And so it is reported that the transplantation of the autism children, the fecal from the autism were transplanted to germ-free mice. The mice developed the symptom similar to the autism. And also clinical study has reported that the transplantation in the autism children improved their autism symptom. And this improvement has remained at least 2 years, for 2 years. So yeah, like these reports, so the many researchers in various fields try to develop a strategy as a treatment using gut microbiota. So with this background and our clinical data, so we further investigate another more effect on the central nervous system. And then, so we focus on sleep. And the insufficient sleep has been linked to some chronic disease and the condition as obesity, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, or depression. And here is the data about, this figure shows the sleep duration. So left panel shows about the Asian area. So yeah, Japan is drawn red. So it means Japanese is the shortest sleeper all over the world. In addition, the people in the Asia, it's also in the India, are the relatively short sleeper compared to the European people. And so sleep deprivation had a lot of negative effect on the physical and the psychological condition on our daily life. And sometimes feeling irritable or angry or feeling overwhelmed, lacking interest, motivation, and energy, and so on. So insufficient insufficient sleep, so exaggerates the stress feeling. And also, in the same time, the stress induce the low quality of sleep. So the stress and the sleep can affect each other. And this is the mechanism of sleep. And here, stress environment is known to be one of the precipitating factor. And here is the free-prop model to regulate the sleep as proposed. And this mechanism, there is two centers, sleep center and the arousal center. And in the daytime, arousal center is activated. In the night, the sleep center is activated. In the next morning, again, the arousal center is activated. Switching the center in the right time is needed for good sleep and good wake. And in this mechanism, orexin has an important role in activating the arousal center and also the sympathetic nervous system. Orexin is known to the neuropeptide produced in the hypothalamus, and orexin itself activated by stress. So the hypothesis here, and the stress-induced orexin may affect arousal center activity and induce the low quality of stress. And so when we think about the sleep, so we usually divided sleep two phases. One is a non-REM sleep, and the other is REM sleep. The bottom is the sleep status. So non-REM sleep is deep sleep, N3 sleep, and REM sleep is relatively shallow sleep. So during non-REM sleep, the growth hormone is secreted, and also the autonomic nervous system is switched. So it is known that the non-REM sleep is very closely related to the sleep quality. So in our clinical studies, so we focus the non-REM sleep in especially the first cycle here. And this is the experiment design for the sleep assessment. So the protocol is similar to the first one, and the same beverages were used. And to assess the sleep quality, we use the sleep questionnaires and electroencephalogram. And this is the flow chart in the background. Okay. And the final target is 46 student and placebo, and 48 student in the LCS. To assess the basic sleep status, we use the PSQI, Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index. It is well known as a sleep questionnaires. And we confirmed there is no person who suffering the sleep disorder or insomnia. And also there's no difference between two groups in these parameters. And here is the questionnaires, which called the OSA, Oguri, Shirakawa, Azumi, the developers' names. And this survey consists of a total of 16 items from factor 1 to 5 and evaluates the feeling of sleep, and which fluctuate from day to day. And so we can calculate the total score by these 16 items. We also calculation the scores with when we did the stratified analysis, each factors. So I will show the factor 1, sleep on rising, and factor 5, experience of sleep duration data after this slide. First, so this is the data about anxiety and the total sleep scores. So you can see that all participants increased anxiety one day as the examination approached, and one day before examination point is a maximum point. And also the total sleep score worsened one day before examination. So subjective sleep status correspondingly worsened as an increasing anxiety levels. So, but there is no significant difference between placebo group and LCS group. So we did the stratified analysis, and we found this data. The scores on sleepiness rising and experienced sleep duration maintained relatively higher in the placebo group throughout the study. So black is LCS group here. And yeah, this score worsened just before examination, and after the examination, the score is recovered. Yeah, the LCS maintains these scores. And next, to assess the sleep quality objectively, so we use the sleep electroencephalogram measurement. So as shown in these left pictures, the distance instrument had advantage that the subject, the participant, can be monitored at home, and because it is very small and easy to use. And from EEG data, so we can obtain these 6 items: sleep latency, and N3 sleep. It means the deep sleep time, and delta power during the first cycle. So delta power is considered as the ability to represent the ability to sleep deeply, strongly. And total sleep time and sleep efficiency wake after sleep onset. So following slide, we show that the yellow items 3 here. And the sleep latency prolonged in the placebo group as the examination approached. However, this prolongation was prohibited, prevented, and LCS group here. And so the duration of non-REM sleep decreased in the placebo group. Even after the examination, it's kept decreasing here, whereas its duration in the LCS group maintained higher levels, consistent higher levels. And also the delta power of strength, so delta power in the LCS increased before the examination, and it remained unchanged in the placebo group. So this data suggested the person who drinking in a placebo LCS could sleep rapidly and deeply and strongly before the examination. This data suggested and support the improvement of the subjective assessment of sleep on sleepiness arising and experience sleep duration. So there is not so much report now about the link of the sleep and microbiota. However, some reports show that sleep deprivation affect the microbiota and also vice versa. And also the alteration of microbiota by prebiotics can change the sleep pattern. That is rodent models. And so microbiota and epithelial cells, gut epithelial cells, has a circadian rhythm, and it is not surprisingly if probiotics can affect our circadian rhythm through the alternation of gut microbiota. So we have successfully found that probiotics have a stress relieving effect and the improving sleep quality effect through the gut, improving the gut environment. But so the mechanism by which the probiotics exert this function is not fully understood. And probiotics as one of the key items for strategy to develop and the gut microbiota strategies for health promoting. And probiotics had advantage that to be the food product, which means the safety and the tasty. Sorry. So this is the final slide. So while we are doing the clinical study, so we have to come to believe that improving sleep quality is an essential function of probiotics on our health. So in taking probiotics allows our body to recover from the stressful condition during the sleep and protect the physical and psychological condition from excessive stress response. So in other words, the probiotics enhance the stress resilience. So in terms of improving sleep quality, so the probiotics is expected to have other positive impact on our body, such as here. And that's one myth. So Hippocrates said, this is the boil and bad digestion is the root of all evil. So we can say that to keep a good intestinal environment with probiotics is the royal road to overcoming all evil and bringing health and longevity. And this clinical study were collaborated with Yakult Central Institute, Japan. So we all thank our collaborators and also the participants in the clinical studies. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nishida, for that wonderful lecture. We will have a special session at the end of this session for question and answers.
Okay.
So please join me once again in thanking Professor Nishida for a wonderful talk.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So I'll request Dr. Bipin Nair to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Sreshdas. The next speaker in this session is Dr. Kazunori Suda. He's a senior researcher from the Yakult Honsha European Research Center for Microbiology in Belgium. And Dr. Suda has his research focused on the effects of probiotics on brain functions through the microbiota gut-brain axis. Dr. Suda has worked with the Yakult Central Institute for over 17 years and studied the effect of probiotics on intestinal epithelial cells and stress-related gastrointestinal dysfunctions. His major research interest is related to interactions between microbiome and neuroendocrine systems. So it should be very interesting for all of us to see what Dr. Suda has to tell us. Dr. Suda.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this symposium for inviting me here today. I also appreciate the chair of kind introduction. I'm Kazunori Suda from Yakult Honsha European Research Center for Microbiology, VOF. Today, I will present the relationship between gut microbiota and depression and introduce some clinical trials using probiotics to investigate its therapeutic potential. Depression, also called major depressive disorder, is currently affecting around 280 million people worldwide. And several hypotheses have been proposed to explain the underlying mechanism of its pathogenesis of MDD. But the etiologies remain unclear. The conventional theory of MDD is monoamine deficiency. In fact, monoamine reuptake inhibitors are widely used antidepressants. The pharmacological effect of these medicines are to inhibit the reuptake transporter and to increase the monoamines in synaptic cleft. However, there is a latency period between increasing monoamine levels and improvement of the symptoms by antidepressant for several weeks. Therefore, other hypotheses have been proposed to challenge the conventional theory. And nowadays, possible associations with the gut microbiota is gaining attention. And this is very famous and interesting report from Dr. Sudo. Before my presentation, Dr. Nishida have already explained about this report. So I don't explain the details, but comparing SPF mice and germ-free mice, they suggested that that gut microbiota played significant roles in stress response. And this report contributed greatly to the progress of gut-brain axis. Today's theme is depression. So over the stress, is gut microbiota possible to affect depressive mood? And this is a report from Chongqing University, China. They conducted an experiment about fecal microbiota transplantation, FMT, from MDD patients into germ-free mice. The fecal microbiota composition developed in the recipient mice who receives the feces from MDD patients or healthy controls were quite different between two groups. And when they assessed the depression-like behavior by forced sim test or tail suspension test, MDD recipient mice showed more depressive compared to control recipient mice, suggesting gut microbiota is associated with the development of depressive mood. In human, many researchers have tried to identify special features of gut microbiota in MDD. This table summarized a result of a systematic review of 44 studies on the gut microbiota in MDD patients. As common features, they observed a decrease in Faecalibacterium in 17 studies. Additionally, Coprococcus and Bacillus are reported to decrease in MDD patients. Those bacterial genus are known as butyrate-producing bacteria. So this is very interesting result because butyrate has the potential to modulate brain function. I'll talk about the butyrate in later slides. As just described, it's quite probable that gut dysbiosis affects MDD. But how is it? among the MDD etiologies, abnormal stress response, neuroinflammation, and reduced neurogenesis are intricately involved in gut dysbiosis. From the next slide, we will see how we can connect gut microbiota and MDD pathophysiology. First one is abnormal stress response. This is one representative report about probiotics and stress response, showing one mechanism reported by University College Cork, Ireland. Lactic-acid bacillus rhamnosus JB1 decreased the stress-induced elevation of plasma stress marker corticosterone levels. This is stress group, and this is stress with JB1 group. And also, JB1 decreased the depression-like behavior. Furthermore, this antidepressive effect of JB1 was prevented by vagotomy. Vagotomy means surgical dissection of vagus nerve. Vagotomy is the nerve connecting the brain and gastrointestinal tract. This nerve transmits the signals bidirectionally. And in terms of the signal transduction from gut to the brain, enteroendocrine cells are known to sense the information of intraluminal environment. For example, some nutrients stimulate enteroendocrine cells to release gastrointestinal hormones. And then the signals are transmitted to the brain via vagus sensory nerve. It has been reported that some probiotic strains, including JB1, could stimulate vagus sensory nerve and modulate stress response. And Lactic-acid bacillus paracasei strain Shirota, hereafter I call this bacteria as LCS, also reported to provoke neural activity of vagus sensory nerve. And LCS are also reported to suppress stress response, as explained by Dr. Nishida. So one signaling pathway is mediated by vagus sensory nerve. And another signaling pathway is immunological pathway. Recent research elucidated the involvement of neuroinflammation in MDD. And also it has been suggested that systemic inflammation leads to the neuroinflammation. As you know, many studies have already revealed that probiotics and gut microbiota can modulate such immunological functions. Furthermore, intestinal mucosal barrier dysfunction is known to develop inflammation. And some probiotics has been shown to improve this barrier function with improvement of depressive symptoms. This is a report from Montreal University, Canada. They assessed the post-myocardial infarction rat. Those rats exhibited hyperintestinal permeability. This means the intestinal barrier dysfunction, and also increased the cytokine levels and depression-like behavior. Administration of these probiotic strains by drinking water restored the intestinal barrier dysfunction and also improved the cytokine levels and depression-like behavior. So improvement of the intestinal barrier dysfunction and inflammation would be one of the pathways connecting gut microbiota and MDD pathophysiology. The other pathway is brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, and butyrate. BDNF is closely related to neurogenesis, and downregulation of BDNF is suggested in MDD. Butyrate is reported to improve this point. This is a report from Karolinska Institute, Sweden. They assessed the genetic depression model rat, whose BDNF was downregulated in prefrontal cortex. When the butyrate was administered to these rats, BDNF levels were recovered to the control levels and increased depression-like behavior of these rats were also ameliorated by the butyrate administration. In addition to the effect of butyrate on BDNF, butyrate has been attracted attention by its anti-inflammatory effect. Today, I don't mention about the details, but interestingly, butyrate is reported to suppress neuroinflammation directly. Of course, treatment of probiotics for gut dysbiosis would be beneficial for MDD. Thus, depending mainly on these clinical studies, preclinical studies, gut microbiota seems to be able to access to the MDD pathophysiology and seems to improve the MDD symptoms. So from the next slide, we will see the therapeutic potential of probiotics and gut microbiota in human. Here, let me show you our original study using LCS. This is an open trial before and after study design. In this study, depressive symptoms and sleep quality assessed by the inventories of HAM-D and PSQI were significantly improved after LCS treatment. We also assessed the peripheral inflammation by CRP, but the plasma levels of CRP were within normal in most of the patients. So we couldn't find any significant changes during intervention period. This is another clinical study using LCS. This is reported from China Agricultural University, China. In these results, not only LCS group, but placebo group also improved the depressive symptoms. So there was no significant difference between two groups. But in inflammatory markers, IL-6 was decreased in LCS group, but not in placebo group. And there was a significant difference between placebo group and LCS group. These studies suggesting that LCS would be one of the candidates to treat MDD. This is an open label RCT trials using butyrate producing bacteria. Reported by Shimane University, Japan. They assessed the effect of Clostridium botulinum MIA-ILI 588 to patients diagnosed with treatment-resistant MDD by several depressive inventories. And all the scores were clearly improved after bacterial treatment. So the potential of butyrate producing bacteria was already indicated in human. Lastly, I'd like to show one study using FMT. They assessed the effect of FMT on sleep quality in chronic insomnia patients, and also assessed the depressive symptoms in the patients. In this study, FMT significantly improved the sleep quality and also depressive symptoms. So, the potentials of FMT has already been indicated. So the potentials of FMT is indicated, in neuropsychiatric disease, including MDD. This slide shows a future perspective for treating microbiota to MDD patients. This is just an ideal example. If MDD patients were divided by the dominant ratio of butyrate producing bacteria, it might be beneficial for low butyrate bacterial patients to treat butyrate producing bacteria. Or for the high inflammation and low stress patients, anti-inflammatory bacteria might be beneficial. Or high inflammation and high stress patients, vagus nerve activating bacteria might be beneficial. MDD is known as multifactorial disease, so that to classify the sub-features of the patients would be important and would lead to the development of newly therapeutic options. Here shows the summary of my talk. Microbiota can modulate MDD pathophysiology onset or symptoms through affecting abnormal stress response, neuroinflammation, and reduced neurogenesis. Many studies showed MDD patients exhibited low abundance of butyrate-producing bacteria, and treatment of butyrate-producing bacteria is attracting attention, not only the composition of microbiota, but also by their ability for maintenance of neurogenesis and suppression of inflammation. A therapeutic approach using probiotics or FMT is now applied to MDD. Precise understanding of the pathophysiology of the patients and bacterial features will be important to obtain the appropriate results and further progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sutta, for that talk. We will have a combined question answer session after, at the end of the session. Unfortunately, our next speaker, Dr. Yogesh Chowdhury, is not able to join us, though he was to join us online. And in his place, we will now have Dr. Ayushri, a young scientist from the Translational Health Science and Technology Institute, THSTI. It's also a DBT Institute in Faridabad, Delhi. She will present her talk. Thank you. This one.
There's a pointer. Next.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all. I'm very pleased and honored to join you here to celebrate this wonderful occasion of 14th Probiotic Symposium. So today I would wholeheartedly acknowledge the organizers for letting me speak on the topic bench to bedside, translating science from lab to clinics. So my work have been on the gut-liver axis. So once I was searching what is the most important part of our body, the brain said, I'm important as I control everything. The heart said, I am the most important. My beating keeps the body going. The liver said, I metabolize, excrete, and detoxify. But the gut said, hey, people, I control you all. So the gut is one of the hotspot that is leading to one and all the diseases in this era. So non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is a spectrum of pathology that starts from 5% when the fat accumulates in the body, and it is a chronic scale disease. Two population are at high risk: obese population 55.5% and the diabetic population 56%. So it starts with accumulation of fat, which leads to inflammation that leads to non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. When the replacement of hepatocyte is done by the scar tissue, it leads to cirrhosis, and within 10 years, it leads to nephil-related morbidity. 7% lead to hepatocellular carcinoma. 50% annually require liver transplant, which is very serious, and 20% experience liver-related deaths. The risk factors are poor diet, physical inactivity, gut dysbiosis, corticosteroids, toxin exposures, advanced stage genetics, oxidative stress, immune dysfunctions, and error of metabolism. This disease is gaining horizons by clinicians and hepatologists because there is no therapeutic for this disease. You can just reverse or slow the progression by consuming 800 units of vitamin E, weight loss diet with low carbohydrates, regular aerobic exercise, eliminate alcohol. If diabetic, tight control of glucose, lose 7 to 10% of body weight. So as we know that the relation between a host and a bacteria is precarious from the past. So when a person is born, the microbes come in like close proximity with the host from the birth. So these are the major factors that the bacteria governs in the host. That is the metabolic functions, the vitamin, amino acid, short chain fatty synthesis, immune maturation, resistance to pathogens, modulation of nerve functions. So what happens when a person is in a healthy state? The taxonomical disorder of the 5 bacterial phyla are in this order. That is Firmicutes, Bacteroidetes, Actinobacteria, Proteobacteria, Vermicobacteria, Tourniquets, Fusobacteria, and Spirochetes. And when a person is healthy, he's having a good dietary fiber, resistant to starch, probiotic, and the lifestyle he is living is a very good lifestyle. But when a person is on an antibiotic exposure, high fat diet, alcohol, lifestyle, hygiene, immunodeficiency, hyperimmunity, it becomes dysbiosis. So dysbiosis are majorly 2 types, that is the functional dysbiosis and the taxonomical dysbiosis. So in taxonomical dysbiosis, the order of the bacterial phyla gets disturbed, like the Firmicutes will be less, Bacteroidetes will be more, sometimes Actinobacteria will be less, or the Proteobacteria will be more. And in the functional dysbiosis, the functional aspects of the microbiome, like the trimethylamine oxide or the LPS or the aryl peroxide, short chain fatty acids, get disturbed. So these both type of dysbiosis can lead to the immune deficiency and metabolism of diseases. So what is homeostasis? There can be 2 possibilities. One, the pathobionts are equal to the commensals, or the commensals get decreased and the pathobionts get increased. So I have worked on both the aspect of NFLD. I have worked on the taxonomical dysbiosis and the functional dysbiosis. The taxonomical dysbiosis, I'll be presenting increased abundance of pro-inflammatory taxa, which I'll be presenting a poster tomorrow that is entitled "The Gut Signature Linked to Increased Ethanol Production and Liver Inflammation Contribute to Non-Alcoholic Fatty Liver Disease in Indian Patients." This is the first study from the Indian cohort. And in the functional dysbiosis, we have tried to make the next generation probiotic by manipulating the genome of Faecalibacterium pronidzi and transplanting in E. coli nestle. So for the poster part, I'll not go to the details, but I'll let you know the remarkable findings of the study. We have done the sampling in India in the NCR regions to maintain the geographical consistency. We had taken healthy 22 people, obese 17, and biopsy-proven NASH from AIMS. So this is the characteristic of the population that we have taken. The diet were, these all were on the same diet, vegetarian, vegetarian, and non-vegetarian. The BMI, the living areas were NCR Delhi, and the NASH were biopsy-proven NASH that was given to us from AIMS Dr. Shalimar. So we had the core OTUs, we calculated the core OTUs, and we found the 12 OTUs were common in 3 cohorts, that is healthy, obese, and NASH. So the core OTUs are the OTUs that are present in all the population. So we found a Texa colensella aerofaciens that was present in all the all the cohort that was markedly increasing from healthy, obese, and NASH. So what we found that if the OTU in healthy was 12, in obese it was increasing to 251, and in NASH it was 3,000 or 4,000. So this is the box plot of the marked increase of colensella aerofaciens. So as obesity is directly linked with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, 3.5x is the times that if a person in obese will have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, we tried to illustrate the genomic repertoires of colensella aerofaciens in Indian NASH population. So this is the absolute quantification of colensella. We took the stool samples and we did the QRT-PCR with the colensella specific primers, and we found that colensella was highly increased in NASH patient. So similar to the previous finding, the abundance of colensella aerofaciens was significantly higher in NASH as healthy people by QRT-PCR. So what we did through AIMS, we got the biopsy-proven NASH. From the stool samples, we isolated colensella, screened colensella on the specific media, that is trypticase soya broth with 5% defibrinated sheep blood, and it is totally maintained in anaerobic conditions. We confirmed colensella using specific primers, and we did the whole genome sequencing of the isolated Texa at MySec platform at THSTI. The complete genome of colensella was 2.3 MB in length, 60.1 GC content. The genome had 288 subsystems that were enriched with 29 genes associated with virulence, and more than 258 genes were involved in carbohydrate, fatty acid, and lipid biosynthesis. So there was a remarkable feature in my study. We found that the colensella that we isolated from healthy was having the good, if there was no mutated gene that was converting the aldehyde into ethanol, but the colensella that we isolated from NASH was having a mutated gene that was leading to high ethanol accumulation in the people. So if a person is not drinking alcohol also, this colensella or this biofilm of colensella can lead to alcohol production. We found the same SNPs in the lipid metabolism also. So in detail, I'll let you know in my poster, the same story. The next part, as I told you, I have worked on the manipulation of probiotics. I have tried to create a designer probiotic. We have tried to manipulate the genomes of Faecalibacterium pronetzi and transplant into E. coli Nicil so that it can increase the anti-inflammatory effect. So what will be the rationale of this antibiotic? It will stop the NF-kappa beta, which can elevate all the pro-inflammatory cascade, TNF-alpha, IL-6, and TGF-beta. So Faecalibacterium, in 2017, Dr. Bhabatosh Das has recently published a very good article where they have analyzed the gut microbiome of rural and urban healthy Indians. So what we found that Faecalibacterium pronetzi is most of the firmicutes in the gut of healthy Indians across the country. This bacteria is the actor and sensor of healthy gut. If this bacteria is present in 5% of a person, means the person is in the healthy condition. So what we did the complete genome analysis of Faecalibacterium pronetzi, and we identified a hypothetical protein with anti-inflammation functions known as the microbial anti-inflammatory molecule. We took this anti-inflammatory molecule and transplanted it E. coli Nicil, which itself is a probiotic strain, and it co-localizes in the gut very rapidly. So what is our new finding? We had identified a MAM encoding gene in the genome of F. pronidzi present in the gut of healthy Indians. The MAM contains a potential DNA binding domain indicating its possible role in transcription modulation of genes mediating inflammations. To confirm its role, we have transplanted this MAM in the chromosome of E. coli and Vibrio cholerae, two known well proteobacteria, to evaluate its inflammatory functions. So we did cloning. We have cloned it in PSB49, which is having a constitutive promoter HTPG, a strong RBS. We have attached a secretory peptide that will keep this protein in the supernatant form, and we have attached a peptide that to like identify it. So then we have introduced it in a probiotic strain E. coli Nestle for irreversible integration, optimal multiplication, and stable colonization. We had cloned it in two vector system, PET15B and PBAT24, and we have detected it by immunoblotting. So this is the immunoblotting that we have did. We have confirmed its like molecular weight 21.5 kDa. We did the SDS page and we have got the protein, MAM protein, purified MAM protein for the animal studies. So then as we had one pathobiont Collinsella alofaciens and one anti-inflammatory taxa, we tried to make a mouse model to recapitulate all the features of humanized NASH that solely focus on microbiome targeted therapy. So one of my model was disease model where I have focused on Collinsella alofaciens, and other was a preventive model where we have given the engineered MAM in the animals. So first, the major concern is, does this bacteria get colonized in the gut of the mice or not? So what we did, one was a vector alone where I have cloned this MAM and one MAM. We took 4 animals and we oral gavaged in the mice. This is the workflow how we have done. Till 7 days we gave PBS. The first dose was given on the first week. Second, we collected the fecal samples, but we were not able to confirm in the fecal samples. Then we collected the cecum. As the bacteria is getting adhered in the gut, it can't come out in the feces. So we took the cecum, we just crushed in PBS and did the colony PCR in the specific antibiotic plates. And the colonization was confirmed. This experiment was done after 5 months, that is 155 days. And we confirmed it by the colony PCR using E. coli Nestle specific primers and the MAM specific primers. The amplicon size is 312 for E. coli Nestle and 426 for MAM. So giving this a good hint, we started with our animal studies at THSTI. So we took C5, 7, BL6J mice. All were male, 8 to 12 weeks. And we gave on 2 diets. One was normal chow and one was CDHF, that to induce NASH. So one was a dietary model where we compared between the normal chow and CDHF, and one was the disease model where we gave the 2 CFUs of Collinsella alofaciens. So where we gave Collinsella alofaciens, the liver weight was tremendously increasing, and it was increasing the macrosteosis and the ballooning in the liver cells. The ethanol concentration was highly increased in the group, as you can see in normal chow also, but normal chow plus Collinsella was increasing the ethanol in the blood that we have confirmed by GCMS. This was all the inflammatory and fibrotic markers we did by RT-PCR, and all the NF-kappa beta and TNF-alpha, IL-6 and IL-10 is a anti-inflammatory marker that was reducing in CTHF plus Collinsella, means this taxa was increasing the pro-inflammation in the mice liver. The fibrotic markers like alpha SMA, Col1 alpha, TGF beta was increasing when Collinsella was fed with CDHF diet. PPR alpha, PPR gamma, and fat P5 are fat uptaking genes were also increasing when we had treated with Collinsella. The second was my therapeutic and preventive model, where I told you that we have made a probiotic. So we administered in the 2 form. One we gave MAM before, like we first gave the pro-inflammatory taxa Collinsella, and then we administered MAM. And one we gave preventive MAM first, and then we gave Collinsella alofaciens. So our preventive model where MAM was given in first was acting as a good marker for anti-inflammation than the therapeutic model. The inflammation like NF-kappa beta, TNF-alpha, IL-1 beta, and IL-6 were also diminishing in the preventive model. So the conclusion of this work is we are trying to restore the microbial balance, where we are trying to mark the less pro-inflammatory taxa and increasing the anti-inflammatory taxa and maintaining a homeostasis in the gut. So this work, the great minds between my work are Dr. Bhabatosh from THSTI, Dr. Sanjay Banerjee from NIPA Guwahati. This is a collaborative project. We have worked in concordance with AIMS. So now, under the leadership of Professor N.K. Ganguly, I have started a randomized control trial to compare the FMT versus a multi-strain high-potency probiotics. Here we are trying to compare the standard of care, the FMT, what is there in FMT, which we can't cover by the probiotic. We are using Visbiome that is made of 7 good probiotic strains. We have just started, it is at a very naive state. This is my study administration methodology. We have taken, this is my like detailed method. We are trying to compare, and we have trying to make the pathway analysis at the genome level, transcriptome level, and proteome level, and we'll illustrate a very specific biomarker for this study. So I have done a small data. We have taken healthy control 2 and severe alcoholic hepatitis after FMT, and we have tried to see the 16S, the bacterial species, and the fungal taxa. So this is after FMT I have done. So there is a increase between day 1, day 7, day 30. The microbiome is getting shifted at a very good level. When comparing the patient sample at baseline after FMT procedure, we are observed a significant bacterial community shifts in all patients. So the take-home message for my PPT is we are 99% respect your microbiome, eat well, and live well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayushi. Now I will request all the 3 speakers to come on stage for the question and answer. So I'm sure you all agree that we have had some 3 very interesting talks. I'm sure there will be very questions from the audience. I was also informed that there are some questions in the chat box, which we will try to address. So first of all, we will go to the audience if there are any questions. Mic play, please.
Thank you. My question is to the last speaker. You said that you found cholesterol as one of the marker, which is found in this non-alcoholic liver disease. I want to ask whether you could compare it to other conditions other than this, where this particular bacteria or the genome which you have seen was raised. And another thing is, how did you culture it? Like, what was your positive control and how did you go about culturing this?
So thank you, ma'am. So Colinzella has been associated with many disorders like atherosclerosis. It is not a single bacteria. But as I had done my study in obese patients and we were working on non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, we tried to make a link between the obesity and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So that's why into consideration, and we had the patient sample. So we started with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. But the second part of your question as how you culture it, you take stool samples, you make different dilutions. The specific media is trypticase soya agar with 5% defibrinated sheep blood. This is totally done in anaerobic conditions. You pre-induce the plates for 48 hours and you start like making the...
How did you identify it?
Yeah, we identified it with Collinsella specific primers. And then first we did the 16S with then Collinsella specific primers.
You identified only by molecular test, there was no phenotypic test done.
No. There are phenotypic tests, but
Not-
due to constraints of time, we couldn't
So
do.
did you have any positive control with you? when you were
Yeah,
doing
we
it?
had one Collinsella from the ATCC strain and one that we had isolated from the healthy patient. So we just depicted the morphology. So it gives us smooth colonies, ma'am, white colonies. It is white in the middle and transparent in the periphery. The colonies features we identified.
Thank you.
I'm a gastroenterologist. A very simple question to the first two speakers, Professor Sudha and Professor Nishido. It's the old story, whether the chicken came first or the egg came first. In the brain-gut axis, you have talked about dysbiosis causing problem in the brain. What about the other way around? Because of the brain being upset, there is dysbiosis. I'm sure this is a bidirectional axis, so it affects both ways. You addressed only one part of it. So I was wanting, is there the other part also which you have worked on? Stress can also cause dysbiosis. It need not be dysbiosis causing stress or causing sleep deprivation. It could be addressed even to the liver disease part. I guess there has to be bidirectional part. That's the only thing.
Okay. Yes. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, yeah, you suggestion is right. And I think the stress also and change the microbiota and the microbiota also that affect each other. Yes. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nishida, I have a question that in the gut also, there is a neuronal system. And these neuronal system changes as you age. So in the initial stages, these neuronal systems control the gut motility, and it is very easily controlled by by low motility, so many things which you give, it could be controlled. However, as we age, we have constipation. These neurocytes in the gut, they change. And do you think that the probiotics will be a good solution to control this? Because I'm talking of the gut neurons, two population of gut neuron, one at young age, one at old age.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with these neurons areas. So yeah, so my clinical study so just target to the young student and not the children and not all age people. So yeah, we have tried to the clinical study to target the older people so to affect the cognitive disorder. So yeah, so it is difficult to find the answer. That's depend on the age the change in the neuroscience and that your suggestion is right. So, but I have no answer to that.
Hello. Ishida-san, I think what Professor Ganguly is trying to say is that constipation is one main indicator of, as you age, your neurons become weaker and you tend to have constipation. So what he's trying to ask you is that can probiotics help with improving the gut motility, improving the bowel disorders, and thereby, helping in the gut-brain connection?
Yeah, that's right. So in my clinical studies, so the people who are suffering the competition or diarrhea before the trial, so they feel the improving their competition and the feelings. But so in our study, so that all people, young people, they are not suffering from their competition, so they not feel anything, and maybe the probiotics can affect and the stress induced the competition and the stress induced the diarrhea and the probiotics can improve the symptom, I think. Is that right to answer the question?
So I have over here, over here. Yes, so I have two questions. One to the two first speakers. So you have shown this LCS, when you give it, through the fermented milk or, it improves the, stress response or whatever, it overcomes the stress response, right? So do you have any data to really show that the LCS has activity, not the presence? That indicates that, because through microbiome analysis, we just study the 16S rRNA, which tells about the presence and absence, right? So do you have any correlation of data that what you add into to the stomach, right? Do they perform a very good activity in relation to the, stress response overcome, a set of a kind of, do you have a heat killed control? Like you give a fermented milk with LCS and then you heat killed it. And then when you use those as a subjects, so do you have the same response or it is, it has to be active to do that? This is my first question.
So, so in my clinical studies?
Yeah.
Okay, so and I think you may mention about the single administration of the LCS into the gastric.
Yes.
And then how to, I mean, so yeah, in the rodent model, so LCS can stimulate the gastric branch of the vagus nervus. And so, I mean, the single administration of LCS can stimulate the gastric nervus within a few minutes. And so, but in our clinical study, so we tried the long-term consumption. And so I'm not sure, so in human study, so LCS can stimulate in the gastric branch of vagus nervus or not, but it's a possible pathway. And I think, so yeah.
Because I just want to very curious about how the activity of the LCS, like what provokes them to do that function, right? So what kind of a genes from LCS might have some kind of a, host response, in that line? Any studies been there or?
I'm not sure, so do you know? So I'm not sure, so I have no idea. So,
okay, so
I think he's asking about the mechanism of action of LCS.
okay. So you mean, so I didn't know, so just to include the LCS or not include the LCS. Yeah, the paraprobiotics means the killed strain or so. Yeah, I didn't do that.
Okay,
Sorry.
so the second question to the third speaker, so in one of your slide you were talking about Coneella infected and the healthy subject. So where you said that in the infected NAS, the Coneella became more altigate kind of some mutation. So are you sure about these are two strains or are they same species? Have you done some kind of a genome comparative analysis through ANI?
No, these are the same strain. We have taken Colinella aerofaciens only from the healthy one and the Colinella aerofaciens from the NASH one.
Did you do any kind of a genomic fingerprinting to know that they are all same?
Yeah, we have done the SNP analysis.
I'm talking about genomic fingerprinting through.
No, not genomic fingerprinting.
Because what happens is, like when there is a severe condition happens, a healthy, a
Markers?
Actually, can you hear? And actually, so I didn't the depression, just an anxiety score. And so the experience of stress on the visual analog scale. So so you mean, so yeah, our clinical study subject are healthy volunteer. So they are not suffering from any depression. So yeah, I just state right anxiety inventory. And so it's measure the anxiety score, not depression.
Okay.
You have a question?
Yeah, Dr. Nishida, I think you have taken a very good, I think, both Sudha also, Dr. Sudha, is a gut-brain axis or the nexus is now the latest topic. It has come in the nature also. But it is mostly the hypothetical. The clinical trial and real thing is not done. The very important, this is my suggestion. You talk about the probiotics. There are some probiotic bacteria which produce the GABA, gamma butyric acid is amino acid. How do they affect? So you can use, I'm just giving you can use you can tell your students to do the transcriptomics, the gene expression. Nobody has done, I think somebody must be doing, not published yet. But this is one of the very, very important, the protocol of the research you can design it. This is my suggestion.
Thank you very much.
So if there are no more questions, there are a couple of questions from online. One is to Dr. Kensei Nishida.
Excuse me.
Just a minute. I'll just complete this. I think you already.
Yeah, I think probiotics could improve the depression by activating vagus nerve or by the modulation of immunological function, I think.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah,
There was-
the stimulation, the gut environment stimulation is transmitted the emotional, the cognitive brain, and so changes the brain function, and so the sometimes feel the improve the depression or improve the feeling and the stress, and I think that probiotics can stimulate to the
that connection.
to the cognitive brain functions.
Thank you.
Wonderful talks. Thank you. I'm curious, does LCS synthesize serotonin? Can it use tryptophan to make serotonin, melatonin, things like that? I feel like those are germane questions here.
You mean that LCS is general in Japan and Belgium?
Can LCS synthesize serotonin and
Serotonin?
yeah, can it synthesize it like many other bacteria have been demonstrated to be able to synthesize serotonin as well as melatonin? Can LCS do the same?
LCS can't stimulate the serotonin synthesis or serotonin release. No. I don't mention about serotonin release. LCS can't induce serotonin synthesis, but it is not it is not sure about serotonin release.
And a question for our third speaker. The slide that you showed towards the end of your talk with I think it was 2 healthy controls and 5 individuals with NASH. Were you able to detect Collinsella in those 5 patients as well? You showed some sequencing data, but you went really fast. So did you see it in there as well?
So these were severe alcoholic hepatitis that has undergone FMT. So we could see, I'll show you before FMT and after FMT, these abundance of this Collinsella species is there. So I couldn't detect in all the 5, but they were out of 5 and 3 I have found.
Nice. Great.
Excuse me, on question to the third. Go.
Can I ask?
Where is coming from?
Yeah, to a third speaker. Is there any other bacteria similar to Collinsella, like as our commensal bacteria varies with the regions? You are doing your work, you have done your work in North India. In the South India, I think the commensal flora may vary. So any other bacteria having a similar property like Collinsella, is there any research focus on that?
So I have not worked on other bacteria. I have just seen for Collinsella only, but there would be some commensal bacteria. So a similar report was published for Klebsiella pneumonia also. That was producing alcohol.
Alcohol.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
published in Cell.
Another question about your culturing of this Collinsella.
Yeah.
As you cultured it in anaerobic condition and in tryptic soy agar.
Yeah,
and
with
the-
5%
blood.
Yeah.
I think some other anaerobes can also grow in the same condition.
Exactly.
How you exclude that anaerobes with any antibiotic incorporated in that media
So
or
I have not used any antibiotic, but now I think like the lab is using antibiotics to do so. I didn't use any antibiotic.
okay. Otherwise, you got pure culture or
But I have screened for 500 to 600 colonies to
Okay.
get pure Collinsella.
okay. Thanks.
Excuse me, I have a question. Thank you for your great talks. I have questions for the first two speaker, Dr. Nishida and Dr. Shuda. Since you were talking about the gut-brain axis and the HPA axis involvement, it was a recent you showed in your study, right? There were cortisol levels, corticosterone, and ACTH levels monitored for assessing the anxiety levels. So there was a recent study which highlighted the importance of looking at the receptors rather than the hormone levels, because it was seen that the receptor level were actually giving the more realistic approach of assessing the anxiety levels in the patients. So what do you have to say on this? And have you tried to look into what exactly, like from the probiotics goes into HPA axis and where does it act and to what extent does it act, so that we can get more into the like the pathways which are involved in this? Thank you.
So you mean that the question about the LCS, how to act the HPA or modulate the HPA stress response? So you mean, so yeah, we did the rats modules, and the single administration with the LCS can stimulate the vagus nerve, also the activating the neuroactivating in the nuclear solitary tract. And so it means the LCS stimulated the brain, and also the long-term consumption of LCS attenuates the CRF neuroactivative suppressed in paraventricular nucleus. And that is a one pathway. But so yeah, you mentioned the receptor or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
earlier there was like glucocorticoid levels which were being monitored for the anxiety response. But 2022 revealed the research that there was glucocorticoid receptor which were more important than the hormone itself.
Yeah, that's good point. But I don't have any evidence on that to give you this now. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we are running out of time. I think we should close the session. So please join me in thanking all the three speakers for wonderful discussions. So, and on behalf of Dr. Bipin Nair and myself, we would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to chair this session. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, everyone. And before we wind up this session, we have a token of gratitude for all of you. So I request Dr. Suresh Das and Dr. Bipin Nair to felicitate our speakers.
Excuse me.
So thank you so much. And I request our chairpersons to stay back on the stage. To felicitate our chairpersons, I request Mr. Iji Amano and Mr. Tomoyuki Imawa to join us on the stage, please. Thank you so much, everyone. Please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have few reminders. I request you please submit the survey forms which you received today at the registration desk without fee. And also, the young investigators are requested to put up their posters in the poster area during the tea break. So before we break for a tea, I request everyone to gather for a group photo. So request everyone to join for the group photo. So those who are at the back, please come forward. So thank you so much, everyone. So it's a small break for a tea. Kindly enjoy your break, and I encourage you be back promptly for the next session at 4 p.m. sharply. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you be back promptly for the next session at 4 p.m. sharply, and request to please submit the survey forms which you have already received today at the registration desk, and the young investigators are requested to put up their posters in the poster area during the tea break. Also, the young investigators will be presenting their posters in the main lobby from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow, that is on 4th February. Thank you.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Which one? This one?
Can you just take out the connection? Because everyone will see it.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello.
No, no. It is so much nicer. We can see
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have a wonderful tea break time. So we are continuing with our second session, and it is impact of nutrition on the gut microbiome. Is there a role for probiotics? I would like to welcome the chairpersons, Dr. A. Sri Kumar, Director, Institute of Advanced Virology, Trivandrum, Kerala, and Professor B.S. Ramakrishna, Director, SIMS Institute of Gastroenterology. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our chairpersons, Dr. A. Sri Kumar and Professor B.S. Ramakrishna. And I request both of you to introduce the speakers.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and I hope everyone's in their chairs. In this session, we have 3 talks. 2 are from international speakers, both of which are going to be online. And the third is from our very own Professor Anurag Kurpa, then he's somewhere in the middle here. So the first talk is to be given by Dr. Tahmid Ahmed, who's a very prolific nutrition pediatrics related scientist from the ICDDRB. And he's got a whole lot of accolades to his name. So he is, from the point of view of this symposium, he is known very much for his microbiota-directed complementary food as an intervention for childhood malnutrition. Dr. Ahmed, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Distinguished chairs. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ganguly and Dr. Hajela for the very kind invitation. I had wanted to be in person to attend this very important meeting and to learn myself, but unfortunately I had to be on duty travel, and I am now in Nevada, and it's 2:35 a.m. in the morning. So, distinguished chair, please allow me to share my slides. I hope you can see my slides and you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
continue.
Thank you. Thank you. So again, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I would like to talk about microbiota-directed food in the treatment of childhood acute malnutrition. Over the next 30 minutes or so, I would like to discuss about the role of gut microbiota in a very formidable problem, which is malnutrition. And then I would like to discuss about how we have developed and put into use the microbiota-directed complementary food in improving wasting or acute malnutrition among children. So first of all, acute malnutrition. As I talk to you, you might wonder, what is the number one and the most common ailment or disease that afflicts children all over the world? This is malnutrition. And today we have close to 150 million children under the age of 5 years suffering from stunting, which is a chronic form of malnutrition. And we have 45 million children who are suffering from acute malnutrition, which is also known as wasting. And this is such a great irony because the world produces so much food, and yet we have to see this huge burden of this malnutrition. This is a photograph that I had to take in one of the rural centers in Bangladesh. And this is a very typical photograph of any of low and middle income countries, including India. Some of these mothers will have children who are suffering from acute wasting. And as I said, that we have more than 45 million children. If you look at the demographic divide, only about 25% happen to be in Africa. And look at the burden in Asia. 70% of the total burden of acute malnutrition comes from countries located in Asia, particularly South Asia. And these are the global nutrition targets about childhood stunting, childhood overweight, anemia, breastfeeding, low birth weight, and then at the right lower corner, we have childhood wasting. The goal is to reduce and maintain childhood wasting to less than 5%. Unfortunately, in many of the countries that we are talking about, including mine, rates of wasting are pretty high. The latest survey that we have done in Bangladesh gives a prevalence estimate of 11%, and that translates into about 1.7 million children suffering from acute malnutrition. What is happening to the rest of the world? We can see that there are only 29% of the countries that are on track to achieve the target by 2025. Rest of the countries, more than half of them, they are off course. And that's why it's very important to find out new treatments for the management of childhood acute malnutrition. Back in 2015, 2016, I, along with my dear collaborator, Dr. Jeffrey Gordon of Washington University, we proposed this hypothesis. If you have a mother who follows all the norms during pregnancy and then gives birth to a child by normal vaginal delivery, the child is breastfed, the mother doesn't take any excess courses of antibiotics, the child gets a normal dose of the gut microbiota from the mother. There is no perturbation, and the child has an endowment of age-appropriate gut microbiome, which is mature and has normal physiological, metabolic, immune, and neurological development. On the other hand, if the mother has a C-section, which is very common in Bangladesh, if the mother has to be treated with courses of antibiotics, if the child is not breastfed, then you can see that the gut microbiota becomes disturbed. And this disturbance leads to impaired microbiota maturation, which has huge consequences. Back in the early 2000s, we tried to first look at what happens in children with acute malnutrition. We are doing a trial of a treatment in children with severe acute malnutrition, and we thought that first we should try to see what happens to the gut microbiota in healthy children who are living in slums of Dhaka city. We then compared the gut microbiota of healthy children living in slums with children suffering from severe acute malnutrition, either treated with a ready-to-use therapeutic food or a local diet composed of khichdi and halwa. The very colorful columns that you see on the left, that denotes the gut microbiota of the healthy children living in the slums of Dhaka city. On the other hand, the two very dark columns denote the sparsity of the gut microbiota, and these are from the children who are being treated for severe acute malnutrition. We could also demonstrate back in 2014 that there is profound gut microbiota immaturity of children suffering from acute malnutrition. This was done using 16S ribosomal RNA sequencing and published in Nature in 2014. And we thought that there were several options. One could be FMT, which we have heard about this morning, this afternoon. And then we also thought that a more feasible option would be a food-based intervention that could control this gut dysbiosis. We then thought that first we should know whether this is a cause or an effect of malnutrition. So we took the gut microbiota from children in Dhaka, children who are malnourished in the hospital, and children who are healthy living in slums of Dhaka city. We gave this gut microbiota endowment to mice, and these are the notobiotic mice. mice that are born and brought up in a totally germ-free environment in the laboratory of Dr. Jeff Gordon in St. Louis, United States. The mice also receive the food that is consumed by healthy children living in slums of Dhaka city. And then we looked at the weight of these mice. In this slide, you can see the red graph, and this red graph indicates mice that receive the gut microbiota from healthy children living in Dhaka city. And you can see a static representation of the weight of the mice. On the other hand, mice that received gut microbiota from children suffering from acute malnutrition whom we were treating in Dhaka, they had a dramatic fall in their body weights. And this suggested that this reduction in body weight, in other words, malnutrition, is a cause of the faulty gut microbiota that they received from children endowment. So we then postulated whether gut microbiota immaturity is an effect or a cause of undernutrition. We did translational studies, and we found that immature gut microbiota transmit features associated with childhood malnutrition to recipient mice. We also found from these mice experiments that impaired growth, metabolism, immune function result, and we tried to identify growth-promoting bacterial strains that are underperforming in the immature microbiota. And then with this knowledge, we thought that we should develop microbiota-directed therapeutic candidates using these animal models. So modulating the gut microbiota to improve growth in children, a problem that is so profound, affecting millions and millions of children all over the world. So we thought that how could we increase the numbers of good growth-promoting bacteria in this intestine? One correct way would be to promote their numbers by giving them an appropriate diet, because like us, the gut bacteria, they also need food for their sustenance. So this is then what we did. We did some nutritional anthropology in the slums of Dhaka city, and we identified the different food ingredients that are used by moms to prepare complementary foods. And you can see on this slide, green bananas, chickpeas, eggs, milk powder, rice, spinach, sweet pumpkin, tilapia fish, whatnot. Based on this commonly used food ingredients, we developed several microbiota-directed complementary foods, 1 to 19. For example, if you look at microbiota-directed complementary food number 4, that would contain a preponderance of green banana. It would also contain chickpeas, egg, and then at the bottom, it would contain spinach. So these were the MDCFs that we developed, and then we wanted to test them in animals as well as in children suffering from acute malnutrition. In animals, in notobiotic mice, we tried to give these foods to mice, and we tried to look at what happens to the gut microbiota. So this is a correlation matrix, and you can see if you focus on the red squares, and these red squares indicate the strong positive correlation. A green banana, chickpeas, tilapia, peanuts, these are all very positively correlated with some of the very important growth-promoting microbiota members in the intestine. For example, Faecalibacterium rossniesii, Ruminococcus torx, and then Doria longicatena. So we identified the food ingredients that were able to replenish the good members of the gut microbiota. We also identified which are the good members of the gut microbiota that can promote growth in children. So with this, we went on to identify the 3 most prominent microbiota-directed complementary foods. And first of all, we tried to look at a pre-proof of concept study. This was a small study, a little more than 74 children, again in the slums of Dhaka city, and they were suffering from acute malnutrition. A control was also given, a ready-to-use supplementary food, which is made of rice and lentils. This is one of the MDCFs. We call it MDCF2 because in this pre-proof of concept study, MDCF2 actually stood out as the first candidate. And this is prepared from chickpea flour, soybean flour, peanut paste, green banana powder, soybean oil, sugar, and then the micronutrient mix. At the bottom, you can see a mom. She is feeding her child in one of the nutrition centers established in this slum. At the top of this slide, you can see the prepared MDCF, very much looking like halwa, which is very common in our countries. And this is the composition of the study diets. On the left, you can see ready-to-use supplementary food, where you have protein, fat, carbohydrate, fibers. What is important to note here is at the bottom, you can see that MDCF2 has about 20% less calories compared to ready-to-use supplementary food. From this proof of concept study, 1 month study, we found that yes, it does repair the microbiota immaturity. It promotes some weight gain. It increases plasma biomarkers. It leads to an improvement in bone formation, development of the CNS, as well as immune function. But this was a pilot study, not powered to look at the clinical efficacy. So we then went on to look at the efficacy of this microbiota-directed complementary food. This was again a trial in the community. The main objectives included promotion of repair of microbiota immaturity, promoting the proliferation of beneficial bacteria in the gut, improving both ponderal as well as linear growth in children, and finally, improving the metabolomic profile of children suffering from moderate acute malnutrition. Study outcomes included, among others, weight for length Z-score, which is a marker of wasting, weight for age Z-score, mid-upper arm circumference. We also wanted to look at what happens to linear growth, which is measured by length for age Z-score. We did this somologic scan by which more than 5,000 plasma proteins could be assessed and profiled. And finally, the gut microbiota configuration as a result of the 16S ribosomal sequencing, and we tried to look at amplicon sequence variants. Here is the scheme of the trial that we did. First week, pre-intervention, then the 3 months treatment phase, followed by 1 month of post-intervention. There are 2 arms, one arm MDCF2 and the other arm rice lentil-based ready-to-use supplementary food. At different points of the trial, the children, we took the samples, blood and stool samples from the children. This is the environment where we did the trial in a slum of Dhaka city. In this efficacy trial, there were 124 children, about 62 in each arm. They were 12 to 18 months old and suffering from moderate acute malnutrition. For the purpose of the trial, we prepared the ready-to-use supplementary food as well as the MDCF right in a kitchen that was established in the middle of this slum. So just to give an idea about the baseline characteristics of the children, there was no difference. Exclusive breastfeeding was observed in only about 25% of the children. Let me share with you the results. The results are important. At the top, you can see the anthropometric features at baseline. In the middle, this is the mean rate of growth per week during the 3 months of intervention. And you can see the highlighted areas. This is the difference between RUSF and MDCF2. And this is positively different between the 2 arms. At the end of the 1 month follow-up period, which is 4 months, in addition to seeing a significant difference in weight for length Z-score as well as weight for age Z-score. We also found a significant difference in mid-upper arm circumference. Another way of looking at the improvement in weight for length Z-score is this. You look at the graph and you can see the blue line represents MDCF2. This is the weekly increase in weight of the children, while the red line indicates represents RUSF. The difference in change is 0.011. What does this mean in clinical medicine, pediatrics? With this difference, over a period of 1 year, you would expect a child to have a growth to the extent of 0.57 compared to RUSF in favor of MDCF2. We also tried to look at what happens to the plasma proteins. And this was done, as I said, by somologic scan. And then we used a special technique called gene set enrichment analysis. Through this technique, we had an idea about the proteins that could be ordered according to how they promoted the expression of a particular phenotype. And you can see on the left-hand side of this slide that there was a significant change in weight for length Z-score and the protein levels that we observed. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see positive association of the plasma proteins with weight for length Z-score. And these proteins were associated with ossification of the long bones, development of the brain, development of cartilage, endochondral bone morphogenesis. While on the other hand, you can see the blue bars that represent the plasma proteins that had a negative influence. For example, these were associated with viral transcription. These were also associated with interferon signaling pathway. What we found was that MDCF2 was associated with more proteins that were positively associated with weight for length as well as all the positive phenotypes, for example, ossification. On the other hand, RUSF was associated with more of the blue indicated proteins that had a negative influence on weight for length as well as being associated with all the wrong phenotypes. Another way of expressing this, at the top you can see the proteins that were associated more with development of the CNS, more with MDCF2 than with RUSF. At the bottom, the same that denotes with the development of CNS development, and the top one is for ossification of bones. What happens to the gut microbiota? We found that weight for length Z-score was positively associated with a proportion of growth-promoting members of the gut microbiota. In total, we found 209 specific taxa or bacteria, and out of this 209, 23 had significant association with weight for length Z-score. Of these 23, 21 denoted here by the red bars, these were positively associated. And these indicated the members of the gut microbiota, which we now know as being very important for growth of children. For example, Prevotella, and then we have Faecalibacterium prausnitzii. But at the bottom, you can see two members of the gut microbiota which were negatively associated. These happen to be Bifidobacterium species as well as our friend Escherichia coli. So this was the finding, summary of the findings. We have developed this MDCF2, which was able to repair immature microbiota, promote weight gain, and increase plasma biomarkers related to bone formation, neurodevelopment, and immune function. We also found that MDCF2 was linked with 70 plasma proteins and 21 bacterial taxa that were positively correlated with weight for length Z-score. The rate of change in weight for length Z-score as well as weight for age were more observed in children who received MDCF2 compared to the control RUSF. This is an article that was published several months in The Economist about the microbiota-directed complementary food. So what is the way forward? Right now, there is a large trial. This is actually a multi-country trial taking place under the auspices of the World Health Organization in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and 2 other countries in Tanzania as well as Mali. On the other hand, we have also improved this MDCF2 to being a product that conforms with the UNICEF and WHO specifications, the Codex compliance. And this would be a product that can be used in different programs, taking care of both children with both severe acute as well as moderate acute malnutrition. And this is the team at ICDDRB, and I would like to thank you again for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be present at this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed, for a wonderful talk. So I think we can have the discussion right now itself because it is 2:45 a.m. There, maybe 3:30 now. So we should not push him to wait for the end of the session. So please.
Dr. Tahmid, thank you very much for coming at this early hour, and you made the day here. This was a nutrition-based meeting, and thank you for giving this wonderful talk. I just have a small comment that 2 things which bothered us in a low birth weight babies and those who didn't have linear growth, how to save their brain and how to make their bones strong, because ultimately the metabolism of these children were totally skewed, and these 2 were the major victims. Your food supplements actually are giving proteomic signatures which ossify the bones, make them stronger, and also build up the brain. So neuromimetic peptides. So this is wonderful. And the other thing comment which I want to make, because this we are now very sure, and you have taken all the 3 parameters of the growth of the children. But one of the things which I want to ask you a question, that bifidobacterium, why it did have a negative thing? Because bifidobacterium brevi is very important for children. I couldn't understand. But one of the things which you have found, I have also found in one of my studies, Doria. Doria is the Parsonizi and Doria are the 2 very important gut microbiome, which changes metabolism favorably. But my question is to you that why the bifidobacterium had a negative correlation?
Thank you very much, sir. When Professor Ganguly asked me to attend this meeting, I could not say no, even at this very early hours of the day. And thank you very much, sir, for leading ICDDRB when you were member of the Board of Trustee of ICDDRB. So let me try to answer your first observation about low birth weight babies. Indeed, we should also have a food like this for low birth weight babies, but unfortunately, this is a food that is based on, macronutrients, carbohydrates, complex carbohydrates that we can't give to these babies. These babies would benefit best from mother's breast milk. But we now believe that, this endowment from the mother is very important. And we have already observed the presence of enteropathy in women of childbearing age in Bangladesh. And we believe, and we have proved that the cause of this enteropathy is also gut dysbiosis. Sir, we are now working on experiments in Dhaka by which we are going to probably see this gut dysbiosis, and we are also going to identify members of the gut microbiota that are at fault. Now, this could be corrected in mothers so that when the child is born, the child is going to have a healthy endowment of the mother's gut microbiota. I think this could be very important for the very young and tender child for suffering from low birth weight. And that is why, as I speak to you, I must also say that side by side, taking care of childhood malnutrition, it's extremely important that we also pay a lot of attention to maternal undernutrition, which is also so profoundly common in the countries where we live. Bifidobacterium, this is a very interesting character. If you look at the gut microbiota of healthy children, you will find, particularly babies who are breastfed, you will see that there is preponderance of Bifidobacterium infantis. These are the members of the gut microbiota that thrive on human milk oligosaccharides coming from mother's breast milk. As the child grows old, the mother's breast milk reduces, and so does the preponderance of Bifidobacterium infantis. I think that is one of the reasons why we saw a negative correlation of Bifidobacterium, because these were children 12 to 18 months old.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah, Dr. Ahmed, this is Dr. Jagmeet Madan. I'm a professor from SVT College of Home Science, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. And I'm also the National President of Indian Diabetic Association. I think it was a privilege to hear you, sir, and the elegant work which you presented. It excites me as a nutritionist, and I know that how challenging it is to do community-based studies. So from your experience, sir, we would like to understand what have been your learnings and challenges, in doing this kind or this scale of community-based studies, and especially when we know that in developing countries, it's not only feeding the children, there are, comorbidities which come with lack of sanitation, hygiene, all these confounding factors are also there. So what are your learnings, if you could share with us? And also, I would be very happy if you could share with us what is the work which we are doing now in these different countries together in this direction. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Several questions. First of all, how do we do this type of work in the community? I'm sure that you have the same experience that we have. It's sometimes becomes quite a lot of challenge, but the most important thing is to establish a very good rapport with the community. And the slums where we work, they know us and they think that we are friends, not foes. And before each study, I must repeat, madam, before each study we do in the community, we have a meeting with the community elites. And these community elites include the school teachers, the primary school teacher, the fathers of children living there, the shopkeepers, the religious leaders. And like I have presented to you with a PowerPoint slides, we also have these PowerPoint presentations for them. And we give them a cup of tea and they ask questions. These are all very searching questions which we have to answer and satisfy them. So this is very, very important. Another challenge for doing this type of studies is sample collection. These are the things that we use for DNA sequencing. Now we have progressed from DNA16S to much more sophisticated types of DNA sequencing. These all require collection of biological material as soon as it is passed. So we have our health workers who literally go and collect these stool samples within 20 minutes of passage and place it in liquid nitrogen. So this is again, this is a very good experience. And with this experience, you can do it better day by day. You mentioned about water sanitation hygiene. Again, so important in our geographies. And again, we have shown that the duodenum of children suffering from environmental enteric dysfunction, this is supposed to be sterile, but we have found that as many as 14 different members of the gut microbiota, they inhabit the duodenum of these children. And this is all a result of the poor sanitation and hygiene. Maybe open defecation is not a huge problem, but still mothers, they don't practice hand hygiene. And this is so important for preparing this complementary food. You asked about what we are doing. I mentioned about these 5 countries. This is called the Nutrimam trial, where we are giving this microbiota directed complementary food to the mothers. They prepare it at home and they're giving it to the children. And the control is the locally available food. In different countries, we have different food, and this is a trial in progress. Hopefully, in the next 18 months, we'll have the results from this trial. There are also several other studies in progress, and some are in plan in Bangladesh.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Lahiri from India, a pediatrician, absolutely wonderful. So, I hope to meet you actually this time. But I think I have a question. I mean, it's actually, I wanted to ask, have your advice, is that we have the horizontal and the vertical gene transfers, which happens from the mother to the child. We're already starting with a vulnerable population of malnourished mothers. And the diversity and the quality of the microbiota in the mother is already jeopardized. Now, would decades of malnutrition be covered up with this kind of a therapy? And would probiotics really help? Because we are talking of giving probiotics to the mother in the 2nd and 3rd trimester and to the baby. But would it really make a big difference? Just your comments on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There is a slight difference between probiotics and this type of intervention. Probiotics are usually aimed at improving general health. On the other hand, what we are doing is, biologically active substances. And in this case, we are trying to modulate the gut microbiota. And there are specific mechanism of action. For example, why does, MDCF2 work? What is there? And we have found these are things that were published last month. Because of time, I didn't want to include that. We have found that it is not the protein, rather it is the carbohydrate in the MDCF that contains specific glycans. And these glycans include mannan, arabinose, and several other substances. These are taken up by these particular growth-promoting bacteria. These are the substances that help this bacteria to proliferate, and in return, they do all the good things in the body of the child.
Thank you, Professor Tahmid Ahmad. We will end your session now. So we wish you a happy good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now, we had some questions in the chat box. Maybe we'll share with the speaker and later on get it answered. So we'll move to the next session. We have a next speaker, Professor Anura Kurpat. So he's a professor of physiology at St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. So he has a lot of awards and honors, Fellow of Royal College of Physicians, London, International Science Academy, National Science Academy of Medical Science, and International Union of Nutritional Sciences membership. And he is very passionate about the systems biology approach in host microbiome interactions. So he will deliver the next speech. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Ganguly, and of course, the entire Probiotic Association. It's hard to follow Tahmid, but he's really laid out a role for prebiotics, which if you look at it, the title of this topic is the triple connection. And I would state that much like in medieval Europe, you had three estates that formulated public policy. There was the clergy, the nobility, and of course we, the bourgeoisie. There was a fourth estate, which was the press. I think here there's a fourth estate as well, and that's prebiotics. And I think Dr. Sri Kumar would say there's a fifth estate, which is the rowdy virome or the phagome. So I think it's a very complex topic that we are embarking. The motivation for me to look into these things actually came from the fact that we all know that the intake of many important micronutrients is thought to be profoundly low in India. And that's because of the low diversity plant food and the grain-based food. And remember, it's grain-based food. And my next slide will tell you why that's important. And in fact, if you look at the protein in grain, it's really poorly digested compared to what you think. It's only about 60 to 65%. Nevertheless, with all this bad news, if you try and look for deficiencies, you don't see that. Major surveys, recent surveys, will tell you that you don't see the kind of clinical micronutrient deficiencies you expected to see. You do see biochemical deficiency, but even that is not 100%. If you take B12, for example, you'd think that every Indian is at risk of being B12 deficient. Not true. In a recent survey, we found it was only about 30%. So why is that? The reason I'm also interested in this is I'm going to bring a sixth estate into this, and that was the fact that I think this is going to become more and more important as climate change affects the way grains have their nutrient concentrations. So with climate change, one of the key things that's happening is that grain nutrient contents are decreasing, and the content of certain anti-nutrients, I shouldn't call it that, but something that stops the blockade of nutrients is increasing. So that's mainly phytates and polyphenols. At the end of the day, what we thought was a low intake is then multiplied by having poor digestibility. And this is just to show you that I'm not just talking off the top of my head. There's this paper that looked at carbon dioxide polyhouses that were created and rice was grown in it. And very clearly, you'll see that for protein, in some cultivars, it actually reduced by about 25%, the protein content. Not just that, vitamins in rice also would decrease, some almost up to 40%. So there's a dramatic decline, and this is the point I make, that in a population that has a low diversity of food intake, which is dependent on grains for its energy and major nutrition, that's a major problem. Here's another thing, and this is to look at, this is phytate. You'll see that when there's high temperature, you'll find that phytate content of wheat, for example, increases. So as there's warming, you'll have more phytate. And then you can look at polyphenols, and you'll find again that polyphenols in different types of grains, wheat particularly, will actually increase as the temperature goes up to even from 20 to 30 degrees. So all this is a problem, and it's going to link to my thesis that it links to the microbiome and nutrients. Just to tell you about phytates, it's important for you to know that phytates will really not just stop the absorption of minerals, it actually reduces the digestion of protein. So you can have grain, climate-affected grain with low protein, and then you drink a cup of tea after eating that grain, you will not absorb it even more. That's because polyphenols will actually stop the absorption of protein. And this is a study we did in Bangalore, where we actually just gave 1 cup of black tea, and we could reduce the digestion of egg protein from 93%, where it should be, to become something like a plant protein, which is not a great thing. Anyway,
Although I've painted phenolics and phytate as villains in this piece, it's not true, because those phenolics that are increasing in plants actually eventually reach the colon themselves. And it is now being found that they get fermented as well. And there are many small molecules that come off them, which I've listed there. I won't just go through them. But many of these small molecules, which are absorbed very well and stay in the blood for up to 2 days, good concentrations, can actually do a lot of good things at the bottom right-hand box, where you see that people have tested it in neurodegenerative diseases and so on. So the bad guy becomes a good guy eventually. The point I'm making with all this is eventually a lot of things enter the colon. And this happens in the kind of diets that we eat. And just to show you with protein, this is a whole FAO database that I have developed at St. John's, where we have labeled a lot of these substances with deuterium and measured their digestion. And you'll see eventually that a lot of the plant proteins there are very poorly digested. So the question you must ask yourself is, what happens to that protein? Because it will be delivered to the colon. What happens to the micronutrients that are supplemented in great amounts in this country? They will also land up in the colon. So our colon becomes a biorepository of a number of different things which will vary in the way they act. So what's the fate, for example, of this colonic protein? Does it get digested, or does it get microbial? Does it get digested by microbial enzymes? Does it become amino acids, or does it get fermented into good or bad compounds? Or, for example, you could ask the other question, so what? If this has all reached the colon, you all thought the colon was a dead end. It wasn't an absorptive surface. You couldn't absorb anything from the colon. So why bother? Even if it's fermented into good and bad things, it's never going to be absorbed. So are they absorbed? Well, there's one study that we did where we actually had during colonoscopy in patients, we instilled an amino acid that's labeled with 13 carbon. It's called 13 carbon allo-isoleucine. And then in those patients, we asked them if they could stay back. And then we took blood samples and measured if that allo-isoleucine actually appeared in the blood. And then we could model it using some kind of mathematical modeling. But eventually we were able to show, and if you look at the graph over there, that allo-isoleucine was indeed absorbed. Now you may ask, why on earth did he use this funny amino acid, allo-isoleucine? The reason is it's a non-nutritional amino acid. It's not used by the liver to synthesize protein. So the first pass uptake is 0. Well, it's 5%. So what happens is if you take a blood sample, it reflects what was happening in the colon. So that's why I use this. You could use any amino acid actually. We also then thought, yeah, but what about just putting protein? That is an amino acid. If you put a full protein, and this is spirulina, you can actually buy spirulina on the market that's been grown under 13CO2 gas. So the entire molecule, the entire spirulina alga is labeled with 13 carbon. Now we took that and we placed it in the colon. How did we place it in the colon? Well, we made these sort of tablets. It looks like what comes out rather than what goes in, from a goat at least. And we actually, these tablets were coated with colonic release polymer. And we actually spiked the tablets with bicarbonate. The reason being that when the tablet opens up, the 13C bicarbonate would be absorbed, and then the patient would be expressing it in the breath. So you could take a breath test. So then we had an idea of when that tablet actually broke up. And you can see there, for example, that's one patient we gave to. And so we take breath samples every hour, and we're at least sure that it broke up at a time when it should have passed through the small intestine. And when we did that, you can see that we gave the spirulina by itself on the left-hand side and in the colon on the right. Obviously, the amount absorbed from the colon is a fraction of what is released from the small intestine. But nevertheless, we could show that there was a significant absorption from the colon. Of course, this would be subject to first pass, so there'd be a decreased amount. What we're saying is that, yes, microbial enzymes can digest protein, not just ferment them. We also think that there could be a microbial contribution to body amino acid homeostasis, and this is how we did it. So we actually measured leucine oxidation from the body, and you can do that by giving 13C leucine into the body, and you can measure its oxidation as a breath test. And essentially, we gave it at 2 doses, so we got a slope of increasing protein oxidation. And then we actually gave antibiotics and antifungals to subjects, healthy subjects, and we found that the oxidation dropped off. What that means is that those bacteria that were killed were actually contributing leucine into the body. Now think about that. That's a different thing. I'm not saying that the bacteria were taking protein from what was eaten and giving it into the body. They were synthesizing amino acids and putting it into the body. And when you reduce them, that must reduce. And that actually could contribute 22% of the dietary intake. So there's a lot of reason for us to think that bacteria are contributing to our nutritional status. But I want to also focus on micronutrients because that's important, particularly in this country. And that's because, again, as I started telling you, we eat so little of micronutrient-rich foods, particularly B12 in a population that doesn't like to eat non-vegetarian food. You'd think that you'd get huge amounts of B12 deficiency. We didn't find that in a study of children in India, across India. That's the sampling that occurred in that survey. And you'll see that if you look at the right-hand graph, the percentage of vitamin B12 deficiency scarcely crossed 30% when you think it should be 100%. Why is that? And is it that one, of course, that maybe you don't need B12? Is it possible? Or could there be other input sources that are present like your bacteria? Now, at that time, we had a grant where we had actually taken a culture of salmonella, and we had spiked it with 13 carbon labeled precursor. And we were able to synthesize purified 13C cyanocobalamin. So we put cyanide in the culture as well. And eventually we purified it and we gave it to human beings. We found that we got the expected increase. By the way, the reason we did this was because we wanted to create something alternative to the Schilling test, which normally uses radioactive cobalt. So we had a stabilized isotope for the first time in the world. And what we found was that when we followed the absorption, it kind of dropped off, which you'd expect once the thing passes the ileum, but then it suddenly bumped up again. So we saw a second bump. That means something was happening. Now, one possibility is that that was an enterohepatic circulation, meaning it was absorbed, it went to the liver, it got secreted in the bile, and got absorbed again. Well, not so exciting, but I wanted to do something better. So we took the same tracer and we put it in the colon again, in the ascending colon, and you'll see that we could actually show that there was absorption from the colon without intrinsic factor. It was a passive absorption. That's something that's very different from what we think, that B12 is only absorbed in the terminal ileum. It isn't. It can be absorbed elsewhere. This opens up, to my mind, the possibility that the microbiome could produce nutrients for you, because the colon is not the non-absorptive surface that we thought it was. It has some absorptive ability. All right. And subsequently, there have been papers by other people that have actually tried to look at the percentage of the requirement of vitamins that could be provided by the human gut microbiota. And these are just calculations based on genomics. And I don't know if it's true or not, but the way to really do it is that we have to measure, does this really happen? And if so, how much? I like to call that the colonic garden. Actually, that Sharath is a person who liked that term. I would call it a harvestable colonic garden. I could also call it farming in the microbiome. Or there are a lot of scatological possibilities as well, but I won't talk about those. So, but I think there are several possibilities to this. And the question is this all blue sky I'm talking about, or is it possible? Well, you just heard Tehmeed talking about all this stuff where they can actually give foods. And if you look on the left-hand side, that's the composition of his MDCF2, where it's chickpea, peanut flour, soybean flour, green banana, and sugar, lots of sugar, by the way. So what it means is that there was no milk, no animal protein. It's all carbohydrates that are being given. But eventually, that might be something. Now, although Temid showed a lot of proteome-linked analyses, which are all about crosstalks between the intestine and different organs like the bone and so on, I believe that there might be a little more that one can think about. So one of the things I did was to actually take, and this is all just very much fermenting as we speak, so please don't see this as perfect proof. But what we do is the same Scibalus tablets that I showed you before. We have actually taken them with carbohydrate. We started with 13C glucose, but we're putting a load of different 13C compounds. And what we're doing eventually is following the metabolome and looking at isotopic shifts in molecules within the metabolome. That's a lot of work to do. And in untargeted analyses, you get about 1,700 molecules that show some evidence of isotopic shifts. Well, we're analyzing those, but just to give you an example, if you see there, one of the things we're looking at is, so you look at the baseline, and then you look at it after you put 13C into the system, and you look for isotopic shifts, and we do see a 13C6 pyridoxal appearing. To my disappointment, I wanted to show you vitamin B12. I couldn't find it. But then it's all, I think, dependent on those. So eventually, I think the microbiome must be a player, not just about a microbiome that's dysfunctional and then it's dysbiosis and then you have to do something to correct it. I think the microbiome by itself is important, whether dysfunctional or not. The problem is, I think all of us have dysfunctional biomes because we just take too many supplements and all of them reach the colon and do all sorts of things to the biome. Eventually, do you repair it or do you manage to do what the fourth estate should do, which is provide reasonable prebiotics into that, or maybe make synbiotics, which are both prebiotics and probiotics that could eventually lead to the generation of nutrients. I'm not saying that this is, you can stop eating, all right? Please don't think I'm saying that. I'm not saying this is going to replace the food you should eat. But I do think in marginal cultures where you're not eating good enough food, this is one way of adapting. I don't think this is going to give more than 20 to 25% of the daily requirement. But that's also significant when people aren't eating enough. So I think adaptation is important. And I think even those bad molecules that we call anti-nutrients might actually be good for us. And that's why everyone's telling you to eat blueberries. The reason is all those phenolics get fermented and you get all sorts of molecules for crosstalk. I think the key right now for me is to design innovative isotopic methods that can actually show, number one, the role of the colon as an absorptive surface, quantify it. Number two, define the kind of candidates we're looking for pre and postbiotic, and then quantitate, using these isotopes, the actual contribution to daily nutrition. It's got to be quantitative, and that's where the challenges come. Thank you.
Thank you, Anurag, for that fascinating talk on frontiers and absorption and metabolism. Would you take your seat there, please? And we'll move on to the next talk, and we'll have joint question and answer session thereafter. So the next speaker is Dr. Wafa Helmi Aish, who is joining us from Dubai. She is director of the Clinical Nutrition Department in the Dubai Health Authority and is an activist nutritionist in her society, founder of a Sweet Kids support group for children with diabetes, and writing in the newspapers and teaching. And so Dr. Wafa, please.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, actually. Good morning in some places where I see 30 a.m. First, I would like to thank everybody who invited me. I'm so honored to be in the 14th Probiotic Symposium. I wish I was there in India. I've never been in India, though my parents have been a couple of times and they like it. As a director of clinical, former, now I'm a director in Tadawi Medical Hospital. I practice using the probiotics, and from morning till now, I have attended all the sessions nearly. I've heard a lot. So they summarize what I'm gonna talk about. And actually, I'm gonna talk about it in a clinical way, a practical way. What are the things that I really use in my practice? Let me share my, okay. Can you see, can you see my lecture? Will you be able? Yes, that's it. Okay. So I'm gonna talk about optimizing the well-being with unveiling the dynamic influence of probiotic and their harmony in the immune system. Okay, why it's not moving? Hold on. Yep, okay. Now, from morning, all the guest speakers, of course, they were talking a lot about the probiotic, the definition, their roles, and I have heard how they work for depression, for Alzheimer, and others. Again, just refreshing that they are the live microorganisms that are helpful for our health and promoting the modulation of gut microbiota. And we know that it have more than trillion. It's more than the human being number in all over the universe. So the dysregulation of this ecosystem known as dysbiosis, which is associated with a lot of health issues. Now, what is the effect do probiotic have in our brain function? Again, we have heard it a lot, but I'm summarizing it that the probiotic, which are microorganisms, influence our brain function that via altering the neurochemistry, protect the tissue damage through the diminishing of the production of free radicals or inflammatory cytokines. Now, the probiotics usually acts through enough mechanisms such as a competitive exclusion, a production of antimicrobial substance, and modulation of the immune system. If you can see the picture of the microbiota dysbiosis with age, it affects from the mouth till the skin, the urinary tract, the nose, the lungs, the guts. It affects everything in the vagina, where the lactobacillus acts, where we have in the skin, we have in the UTI, the urinary tract, where we have low lactobacillus and high bifidobacteria, low bifidobacteria, sorry, and high peptococcus. In the nose, we have the streptococcus. See, you can see that it is from mouth to the skin. It's everywhere, the microbiota dysbiosis, and it is affected by age as well. Now, the importance of this probiotics of the gut-brain axis, you can see again in the microbiota gut-brain axis that it have a lot of pathway for the immune system, in the secretion for the gut hormones. Also, it plays a lot in the microbial metabolite entry, in the neurotransmitters, everywhere. How it works? In mood and emotion, a lot of gut can influence our emotions, again, vice versa. And imbalanced gut-brain axis may contribute to the mood disorder. In a simple way, when you see somebody, for example, bloated with gases, or he have abdomen pain, you will see them temper, you will see them angry, you will see them upset, you will see them nervous, only because of not having a comfort in their gut. That changes their mood and their emotions, which makes them high temper. That's an example. immune system regulation, communication between the gut and the brain impacts the immune response. And a balanced gut-brain axis is very crucial for overall immune system. Another example for that, whenever I see my patients on antibiotic, they are weak, they are tired. And now it is very advisable, whether it is pregnant lady, delivered lady who have on antibiotic, or children on antibiotic, or anybody who have H. pylori positive with 3 types of antibiotic, we advise them to take probiotic to support their gut system. And it makes them the effect of the probiotic, of the antibiotic on their system, with all those negative impacts, though it have the positive impact to make them recover, but it kills a lot of good bacteria in the road. That's why their immune system goes down. That's where we give them, again, we advise them to take some kind of probiotic. Digestive function. The brain regulates the digestive process through the gut-brain axis. That's why every time we talk about the probiotic, we tell them, when we talk about the gut, we say this is the second brain. So we have the main brain, and the GI system is our second brain. That's why there is a big relation between the gut and the brain axis. And in the morning, a lot of professors have
Dr. Wafa,
clarified
you're
this
not audible
in
here.
one way or other. The stress and the emotion can affect our gut function. When you are stressed, you kill a lot of good bacteria. When you have emotion, whether any type of emotion, again, you kill a lot
Dr.
of
Wafa,
good
we
bacteria.
cannot hear you here.
So, sorry? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You can hear me, yeah?
Yes, I am
Okay.
hearing you.
Great. Because I've heard this voice, I thought something is wrong. Okay, no worries. Okay. Research advanced, I don't know. Okay. Recent studies highlighted that the gut brain axis role in various conditions, including the neurodegenerative diseases, mental diseases, disorder.
Ma'am, your slide is not showing. Please share your slide again.
Again? Okay, 1 second. I don't know why, but I'm going to share it again. Sorry. Can you see it now? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay. What I've said, that recent studies have shown the role, and they highlighted the gut-brain axis role for different conditions, like neurodegenerative diseases in mental health, like Alzheimer, Parkinson's disease, depression, stress, neurodevelopment disorders. They found that the probiotic and the gut microbiome plays a good role in improving the conditions and prevent, make them worse. Ongoing researches are going on to explore potential interventions to modulate the gut-brain axis for therapeutic benefits. What is the dose? Still, they are under investigation. How much we should give? Is it 90 billion, 120 billion, 60 billion, 30 billion? Still on those. But I'm telling you, I saw a lot of Alzheimer patients I'm treating, and a lot of patients with dementia as well. With the medication we are giving, the moment we give probiotic intervention, we have a better, let's say, improvement with the medication and the treatment. There is a lot of things that I said when probiotic work on, which I'm going to show some of the cases and the success stories that I worked in my clinic as clinical dietitian. The immunomodulation, we saw that when you introduce probiotic with allergic, it decreases the allergic reaction. It reduces the inflammation and it strengthens the immunity overall. Why? Because it normalizes the gut's microbiota composition, where it improves the mucosal immunity, decreases the gut disorder, decreases the gut infection, as well it affects the metabolic effect by improving the vitamin synthesis. It lowers the cholesterol, improve the lactose intolerance. This is case study 1. A 35 years old individual with a history of gastrointestinal discomfort. They have bloating, they have irregular bowel movement. When I introduced the probiotic, it prescribed target probiotic supplements. I give them like 60 billion twice a day, 30-30, with more than 15 strains known for the gut health support. The outcomes, I saw that my patient, there was a significant improvement in their digestive system. The restoration of the balanced gut microbiomes observed throughout the follow-up and the testing. Now, the first few days when I introduced the probiotic with 60 billion, and I gave 30 billion to come from the yogurts, from the regular food, I gave them as supplementation, either as a drink, probiotics, or as supplementation tablets. And the first few days they will have like more gases, more bloating, but it's improvement. I told them to bear with it like 2-3 days, and they will start then have the benefits of those probiotic, because it really takes time a little bit to have the improvement. Another thing that where I told you I have a lot of Alzheimer patients. Actually, I'm working on a study now. We are introducing some kind of supplement for dementia patients and early Alzheimer, targeting those patients with their medication, and it have a very good impact. But this one is a 20 years old professional experience, chronic stress. They have always anxiety and occasional mood swinging, anger, upset, start crying for certain reasons. So we introduced the probiotic-rich food, as well as we give probiotic as a supplement, as an oral drink containing stress-reducing strains. And the outcome was that the anxiety level decreases. It didn't stop, but it decreases. And as well as the overall stress, his mood becomes better. That's why there is a big relation between the gut and brain. And it really improves the mood and better ability to cope with the workload pressure that he have. Immune system resilience, a 45 years old individual, prone to frequent respiratory attack, infection, and allergies. We introduced the regular consumption of diverse probiotic mix, focused on strains linked to immune system support. The outcomes was that the respiratory frequency decreases. It didn't stop, but it decreases as it enhanced the immune system markers where it is observed by their blood tests. So a lot of things that it have been introduced in my clinic. Obesity as well, I diabetic, cardiovascular disease, all these in my clinic, usually I support them with probiotic as a part of their regimen. In most of my patients in my clinic and in my practice, I really believe that probiotic do a lot, and we need a lot of researches to show, further researches to show the importance of these probiotics. Now, another success story, it's from the holistic well-being. A 50 years old who have adopted probiotic-rich diet, and he changes his lifestyle. He achieved good gut health, improved his digestive system by having less constipation, good appetite. His mood was better. He reported increase in his energy. Even his mental clarity was better, and all of his senses work. So you can see that those probiotic works in immunity, in gut, and in mental as well. In pediatric health, we introduce it because I really believe, though, that a probiotic in pediatric makes a very success story in their immunity, especially if with this situation. I'm going to mention here, during the attack of Corona, I gave most of my, let's say 95% of my patients, they were on probiotic, beside the staff who I gave them probiotic as a drink to support them during their duties, to have less attack and enhance their immune system. In this child who is 7 years old, a history of recurrent stomach aches and weakened in his immunity. We introduced a child-friendly probiotic supplement and dietary adjustment, where we gave them less fats, better high roughage, with salads, we gave him good salad to enhance the prebiotic, which is the food for the probiotic. And we made sure that he's in a good environment to boost his immune function. We saw that the attack of the child that stomach aches have reduced. He started to have fewer sick illness days, and enhance the immune response, reflect in decrease the susceptibility of common illnesses like flu attack. Every time he have his tonsillitis, most of the time he have a problem, he is weak, he cannot go to the to school. So we changed a little bit the floor of his GI system. We improved the gut and help him a lot in his stomach aches, and he improved, and we saw a reduction, hopefully to reach to a better situation with continuity.
Dr. Wafa,
Now,
you have the 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm finishing. The microbial balance, the probiotic contribute to microbial diversity. It's very beneficial for the children and the adults in the digestive harmony. They support the optimal digestive function. They maintain a stable environment with nutrients, and for the immune system support, as I saw, you saw in my cases. They have a very good intestinal barrier integrity. They contribute and help to strengthen the mucosal lining, reduce the risk of leaky gut syndrome, and preventing the passages of harmful substance. It works as inflammatory response modulation. The probiotic exhibit the anti-inflammatory properties. They particularly benefit in addressing conditions associated with chronic inflammation. They contribute in very good influence in the brain, influencing aspect in the mental well-being. We advise to have more researches for those action for the probiotic. We witness a good transformative effect of probiotic on digestive disorder, such as IBS. I give it to all my IBS patients. I call them the superheroes because it really have a good influence. The journey does not end here. We have to explore more for those possibilities for the future of the probiotics and healthcare. In conclusion, the introduction of probiotic should, whether supplements and food as well, by positively influencing microbial balance, digestive function, immune response, and various other aspects of gut health. Probiotic really contribute in overall health. As we conclude our explosion, remember that probiotics are not just supplements, they are a nature superheroes that safeguard our well-being. We really need to embrace their power for a healthier and a happier life. Thank you very much, and these are my references.
Thank you, Dr. Wafa, for a very informative presentation. So can we take some questions on both these? Sir, please. No. Both. Others are online anyway. We can, no problem. Yeah, sure.
I have a case study for Dr. Kurupat. You were very bad news for Chandrabhas. He now eats a lot of phytate, leaves polyphenols, eats polyamines, and doesn't eat anything which gives him vitamin B12. So this case study, I hope, Dr. Chandrabhas, you learned something from him.
Actually, I'm telling you, I've put the real cases with no mention to the names, of course, of my patients. But honestly, probiotics really works as superheroes. I thank the professor for inviting me to be with you today, as well as Yokel to sponsoring me. I'm thankful to be here with you because I love this topic, and I have an excellent results and case studies on this.
So do you have any questions to Dr. Wafa? Any specific questions? Okay, any questions to Professor?
I have a question and comment to Professor Kurpal. So many years ago, my mentor, Professor Martin, published a paper in Nature, which showed that vegetarians in India probably get their vitamin B12 from fecal contamination of water. So I think that's something to keep in mind. That's just a comment. I had a question actually for you, Anura, because you have a very pure system. You have a washed colon, you put in your amino acid and see how much is absorbed. In reality, what happens is that it gets in with a whole lot of other substances, including phenols and everything else. And so these things interfere with absorption. There are studies similar to what you've said. We always used to believe that iron is absorbed only from the duodenum and not from any other part of the GI tract. That's what we were taught in medical school. But we know that iron can be absorbed from the colon. The transporters are there. And there are studies in experimental animals which show that if you infuse iron into the colon and you add lactobacillus, you can actually improve iron absorption from the colon. I'd just like your comment on that.
No, I think it's not surprising when you consider the evolutionary or the developmental origins of the colon. It's likely that the ability to express transporters is going to be there. And I think that's what happens. Your point about the clean colon, you're absolutely right. And which is why I've now gone towards producing tablets, which are released in the colon with a normal diet. And then we actually measure how much is being absorbed. The key for me is to get a set of labeled molecules that I want to chase. One is the prebiotics, of course. The other is to chase the actual absorbing molecules. I think iron is one, zinc, and the interference. Yeah. So if you think about the research program ahead of us, it's huge. It's about defining first what the pure condition is, defining what happens under conditions of interference, and then defining what happens when you just give prebiotics and evaluate quantitatively how much is absorbed. And remember one thing, the one thing that we really have to consider all the time is there is going to be a first pass absorption, removal. So what we sample is the venous blood. And to that extent, we have to work out more complex ways of accounting for splanchnic removal of our molecules. Lots of work to do, but thank you for that. And by the way, regarding Dr. Mathan's I think he's right. But one of the things I did was to actually take all my subjects and ask them to bring me a sample of the water they drank. I couldn't find B12 in it. So I don't know.
So one more comment. My wife worked in the Middle East for a few years, and when she shifted to mineral water from the kind of water supply that we had in Vellore, she became B12 deficient.
Dr. Krupad, I want to ask a question. Colonoscopy is so much propagated in the West. I mean, it's kind of, like cleaning of the colon. But normally it's not a recommendation in India. Somebody said that when you do panchakarma, it's also cleansing of the colon. And then, so can you connect the dots from what is happening there and what we are talking about in terms of a therapy?
I think in the West, for sure, I think colonoscopy is a screening procedure. And Rama can talk more about that. I think this whole business of panchakarma and all this cleansing, how do I put it politely? I'm not sure.
People in the West, they say they do it very routinely. It's a recommendation. It's not a recommendation.
Go on, come on. You got to have one shot at this. Go on.
No. Colonic washes are not a recommendation. In fact, right behind the hospital where I practice in Chennai, there is a center which practices alternative medicine, and it's called Center for Colonic Cleansing. And they use imported instruments under expert supervision.
And you'll stop there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think that we get the answer. Yeah.
Yes.
What do you comment on that? Well, that's a diet which is rich in phytate. That's a diet which also has green tea, which will have polyphenols. And but that benefited huge population. Nutritionally, the heart, the less stroke, less coronary arteries, less TIAs. Not TIA.
Salim tried to analyze, and he showed that a high carbohydrate diet, just total carbohydrates, was linked with a higher risk of all these events. And the higher fat was with a lower risk. Subsequently, he published a paper which showed that that carbohydrate component was linked to whole grains. Although the data, and I've seen the data, they're not that convincing. There are a lot of guesses made about what is whole grain, what's not. But they attributed it to whole grain, which is fiber eventually. So that's what reaches the.
You recommend?
I certainly do not.
What is the take home of your work?
Eat less for sure. Let's start with that. But beyond that, what you eat, I think this whole business of low fat diets, I absolutely think are wrong.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting and thought-provoking. But at the same time, while we are talking about so much of different kinds of diets, whether it is, taking seeds or having fibers and all that, to put it in a simple way, people talk like that if you just follow what your grandparents were eating, homemade food,
And rather than going into all kinds of, different kinds of diets which are coming up, you can maintain your health better. So, I mean, with so much of, kind of fast food coming up and so much of, people say that you can't be healthy unless you take this, and keto diet and low carb diet and all kinds of diet. So what is your take on that? I mean, can we still be taking our old traditional food, what our parents, grandparents were taking, and be healthy? Or we get caught into this dilemma that I have to reduce my weight, what diet I should follow or what regime I should follow?
So let me just put this very simply. And I think this message is for public health nutritionists as well. I think a reductionist approach to diets is a bad thing because we do not eat nutrients, we eat foods. And the sum of nutrients in food is greater, the effect of that sum is greater than of its parts. For example, we were talking about NAFLD in the morning, and I really was struck by the fact that we're chasing it so much. When the reality is this, that if you take a lot of iron, you're likely to stimulate de novo lipogenesis in the liver. Now, that's something I'm measuring as we speak. And I think it's high time somebody published this kind of data, because right now, people say, oh, don't take iron if you start getting gastritis, which is at a very high level. I think you start seeing bad effects of iron well before. And that is the effect of iron, but I'm sure there's some linkage with the microbiome as well, because iron really messes up the microbiome. And we are just giving it willy-nilly under this NIPI program to all the unfortunate women in India. So my basic feeling is, he's laughing here, but very quietly. But I really feel it's this whole business of nutrient security, which became a buzzword by the United Nations, was utterly the wrong thing to do. We needed food security, and that the micronutrient lobbies decided to make it nutrient security, and then became reductionist to say, well, let's give you some iron. If not, let's give you some folate. If not, let's give you some zinc. To me, it's rubbish. It's what your grandmother said is right. Eat everything.
Can I add something, please, for the diet sake?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Now, to do keto or Atkins, or those trends, actually, I'm not with at all. I'm with your grandmother. Eat whatever convenient, but don't over exaggerate. You need an amount of, you have a basal metabolic rate, you have a needs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It should be balanced. It should be good, cooked in a good way, as well as in the same way you have to be active and burn whatever you need. To be lazy and sedentary and have very high calorie, then you will gain weight. Definitely being active, having good food like your grandmother, and our cooking, the regular cooking, with no over those new models of high fat, high saturated fats. That's the harmful one to our veins. Rather than, I'm totally agree with the professor. If we know going for low fat and going for strict on fat and all those propagandas, I'm not with. I tailor it according to you, to your habits, to your culture, to your tradition, and I tailor it accordingly with a good cooking at house, not to have things which is added from outside. This is the main, and being active. This is the main thing, and get them from food.
Thank you, Dr. Wafa. So we are running short of time now.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, please.
See, I'm always confused about, if you want to give a healthy diet for the gut, it needs high fiber, resistant starch, polyphenols, insoluble fiber. All of them will inhibit micronutrient absorption. How do we strike a balance?
Short answer, I don't know. But I think, to an extent, we don't eat the same food all the time. We actually eat differing foods, and they go through the intestine at different parts. So I think you extract what you can and you adapt to it. That's the short answer. because he's running out of time.
Yeah, Dr. Wafa, we had one question from in the chat box. How much time was required to see positive results in various patients discussed in the case studies?
3 months.
3 months. Okay.
Yes.
And one more question. This previous question was from Dr. Devi Jyotik Paul. Second one is from Dr. Sindhu Shetty. She is asking, what are the limitations or challenges associated with studying the effect of probiotics on emotions in human subjects?
What is what? I couldn't hear.
What are the limitations or challenges associated with studying the effect of probiotics on emotions in human subjects?
Actually, the one which comes to me to the clinic, the one which is with mood swinging and certain things. I didn't have that first. I mean, that cases that I can answer that. So I'm sorry for that. I can't answer
Okay,
that.
thank you,
Because
thank you.
the one which I have is the regular ones, you know?
Yeah.
The one which I put.
So
So far I don't. I'm putting them with my regular probiotics, the one which after 3 months we have a positive
if there
action.
are no more questions, maybe we can wind up this. Thank you, Dr. Wafa.
Thank you, Dr. Nirja. Thank you, Iman Saab, everybody. Thank you.
Check. So thank you so much, everyone. I request to stay back on the stage itself. So request the chairpersons to felicitate our keynote speaker. Yes, for the speaker. So thank you so much, sir. Next is for our chairperson, Professor B.S. Ramakrishna. To do the felicitation, I request Dr. Sasikaran to join with us on the stage. So thank you so much, everyone. So that here we come to the end of day one. And we have some more important announcements. So the first one is those who are staying in the Hyatt Regency and the young investigators request you all to join for the dinner at 7:15 p.m. in Royal Ballroom 3 and 4. Those who are staying at Hyatt Regency and the young investigators request you to join for the dinner at 7:15 p.m. in Royal Ballroom number 3 and 4. And also requesting to submit the survey forms which you have received today at the registration desk. Also, we will be having the young investigators presenting their posters in the main lobby from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Tomorrow. So there will be a bus. There will be a bus to bring you from the staying location to the hotel. No. 7 o'clock, okay. So tomorrow you will get a bus. Yes, okay. From guest house to the venue, you will get a bus at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, and one more thing, certificates will be given only on day 2, that is on tomorrow. So thank you so much, everyone. Our sessions kick off tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Your punctuality is greatly appreciated. See you all tomorrow with more thought-provoking sessions as well as some insightful questions. So thank you so much, everyone. എല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞു നോക്കട്ടെ.